Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, and welcome back everybody to a little bit more Final Fantasy V Solo Cactus Challenge run with the Thief. Last time we determined that it would be probably most useful if I were to go ahead and gain 2 more levels, because on at least 2 separate occasions I was missing out just a little bit more maximum HP in order to reasonably survive certain combination of attacks, and it would help me push through phase 1 just a little bit more reliably, in order so we only have to survive 2 1 in 3 turns. And, well, I guess we're just gonna go ahead and train here for a while. That's that. And TC Matthews, thank you. Thank you very, very much for 31 months of support. That's quite a long time. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. Didn't start the timer again. Good job! No. Hang on, how many minutes do I need to add here? I'm not smart. Oh, those bunnies don't get knocked out by a double hit? That's not good. I guess this is one of the encounters I will want to run away from, huh? What's that, 2 minutes? And it actually targeted the golem. Oh, I'm just gonna run away from this encounter. This is not a good encounter. We don't have a good way of taking out these enemies here in any capacity. Forgetful streamer, yep. I do these forgetting things all the time. Alrighty. Note to self, that's not an encounter I want to deal with. This encounter, on the other hand, I very much want to deal with. The Dark Wizards like to cast instant death spells, Petrification, X-Zone, and Doom when they are alone. They are immune to X-Zone because they are heavy. X-Zone is basically instant death spell through time magic. But they are not immune to Petrification or Doom, so they would get knocked out through that as well. But I do think this is probably pretty good training grounds around here. I say probably because I don't really know, but I also I'm a bit lazy and don't necessarily want to run outside. And this is kind of a little bit of a change of pace compared to the previous grind. Will it put up more on YouTube? I did actually export a bunch of them onto YouTube, I just haven't scheduled the release thingy because I don't want to flood anybody's inbox who might be subscribed on YouTube. I probably should do that. Hey, Power Staff! Power Staff is a kind of a unique weapon because if you... Is it rod or a staff? I forget. Either way, it's a pretty unique weapon because if you use it, it casts Berserk on your target that you attack with a physical attack. Berserk always hits, which is quite unique to say the least. So yeah. If you will do like a normal run or normal food shop, probably someday. There's always the time of the year where there is the food shop fiesta present, and I do really like the food shop fiesta, so that is in fact something I would like to do sometime again. Brick. I'm actually curious whether there's different encounters over here in this room. By the way, the reason why I'm taking out the wall mage first, even though it's in the back row and I need 2 attacks rather than just 1, is quite simple. They cast spells onto their own wall, which means that, well, if one of the Dark Wizards confuses themselves, they would actually potentially cast their instant death spell onto the wall of the wall mage and bounce it back over to Ferris here, which would be really bad for us. Hence why I think it is more reasonable for me to just go ahead and knock out the wall mage first, because otherwise it's a little bit dangerous. We've already seen all of them. Yeah, I do have like 1 or 2 photo fiestas on YouTube, but I don't usually highlight them or export them, to be fair. Maybe I should do that a little bit more often. Or like runs So I'm pretty lazy slash bad when it comes to highlighting runs of games that I don't think are like necessarily highlight worthy, because I've done these kinds of things before. But I should also remember that I personally like to watch people do the same runs again, even if it's technically the same one and they're just doing it again. So probably. Oh, by the way, these 2 chests, one of them contains a partisan. That's a pretty solid Dragoon weapon at this point. Not the greatest, but also kind of okay. And the other one contains a Huma Shuriken? I forget what it's called exactly. I probably should just pick it up in order to check. Either way, it's a weapon that the ninja can throw that has ridiculously high attack power and scales with both agility and strength equally. So, effectively, it is a one-time use weapon that is significantly stronger than... Pinwheel is called in this version. It's significantly stronger than even the chicken knife attack, so to speak. Kinda curious how difficult it is to take out these bundle quars. One attack does not do the trick. 2 attacks probably do the trick. Time for you to study. Well then, I hope you have a pleasant day studying. Good luck to you, and until next time. I'm gonna wait until this thing attacks here. Blaster. Now that's an interesting attack. Blaster either paralyzes or kills the target that it hits. It also can be reflected, in case you're curious about that. The thing is, I don't know if the blaster targets whether an enemy is heavy or not. So I'm not sure it can actually affect the Dark Wizards. You can resist it. Also, it's a 50-50 whether paralyzation or instant death happens. English time! This time? Darkness. One thing I don't want to see is the Dark Wizard casting Charm and it bouncing back over to the Wall Mage. Because the Wall Mage will cast level 3 spells if it is charmed, rather than just level 1 and level 2 spells, meaning it will deal about a bit more than 3 times as much damage with its spells. So that's kind of less than ideal. But yeah, overall I think this is actually kind of a solid room for encounters. I mean, I could just pick up the Partisan. Aside from it cluttering my inventory, there's not really any other downside. That is exactly 2000 damage, so I guess they have a bit more than 2000 HP. Charm. Sure, why not? I guess I'm just gonna wait until they resolve their combat or something like that. Stop. Hammer time. Alright. Going to attack you when you hit yourself here. And that still doesn't knock him out. Wow, I'm impressed. So they do have quite a bit more HP than that, huh? Overall, it does cost me quite a bit of high potions in order to survive here, which I'm not too concerned about. I will probably want to have like 20 or 30 for X-Def here. So As long as we reach level 57 before that, we're gonna be quite fine. And, well, still going to be quite a few encounters until we get to that point. Can you guys explain for me what consolidation means? Is it the process of making something stronger and more certain? You're seeing another meaning which says it's the process of combining two or more things into one single thing. Are the two meanings equally common? That's an excellent question. I'm actually kinda curious about that. Is that the third power stuff already? It is. If you try to sometimes kill like Shinryu in a Forza Fiesta settings, you're really looking for that power stuff in order to berserk Shinryu. And that can take a while until you kill enough Dark Wizards. But today, we killed like 10 Dark Wizards and got 3 of those. That's way more than the drop rate should be. The first meaning is usually more common. For consolidate. Ooh. Hey, you can even get Phoenix Suns from these enemies. I do like this place here more than the other one, because the enemies overall are not nearly as... Well, there's no rabbit. Encounter is, I guess, what I mean to say. By the way, these Adama golems are really fast. You wouldn't think of golems as being fast necessarily, but these ones, I'm barely faster than them as the fastest shot class in the game. The second thing is true for the first as well, though. It is combining multiple things into a single thing, often to maximize value or minimize expense. So it's basically like, it's kind of the same thing, in a certain sense. That was an efficient encounter. Yep, thank you too. This is probably the encounter that cost me the most potions here to get through. Stop! Fun fact, the stop spell stops the Dark Wizard, but while stop is normally kind of like paralyze and stops an enemy for 2.5 to 3 turns, does not actually count for the Dark Wizard here, because the Dark Wizard is considered heavy, so he does not get stopped for nearly as long. At least I don't think he does, but he also just didn't take his turns. I'm mildly confused. In your opinion, both are common. Consolidate can often be used in business to literally mean the second, but as mentioned, this is done to make it more efficient. A great example sentence would be... that's not good. Sorry. A great example sentence would be Squaresoft Enixing consolidated into a Square Enix. It is often a word used to describe, as you see in the definition, strengthening through combining. Another common way to use the word is to consolidate your position, which essentially means strengthen your position. Could be for armies or military, could be for chess and tactics games, etc. Neat. Thank you. I'm kinda curious whether there's other encounters to get over here in the room just north. Consolidate is a technical word. It calls to mind business, military, or overall tactical mindset. We personally don't use it outside of these contexts. You can also see companies advertising to consolidate your loans to reduce payments wherein multiple different loans are combined into a single loan, which may be more simple to pay and may also have different terms that mean the lower total payments are less interest. I see. Don't charm the wall mate, please. Uh-oh. Then again, I suppose charming the wall mage is better than charming the dark wizards here. Because if they cast Doom on their dark wall mage buddy, then we're in big trouble. Maybe I'm wrong and stop actually does last for quite a long time. Maybe it only applies to paralyze. Eh. No, never mind. It does only apply for a short term, by the way. Hello, Pirate Captain. Welcome. How are you doing today? Also, I think I should probably just go and save before. It is technically possible to die in these areas here. And that would be kind of bad after getting as much experience as we did already. I guess I'm gonna save two-ish more times. Let's see what kind of encounters we get in here. I don't usually grind around here, so I actually don't really know. Okay, this is a reasonably common encounter here. I guess I could use the bone mail in the room to the east in order to reverse the drain effect and the bundle quartz having less physical attack power. Also would deal a little bit less damage, but I don't know whether that really matters. Hard to tell. Oh, this appears to be that exact encounter. Maybe this is the same encounters at the one room to the east here. Hello, welcome to you with that said, however. How are you doing today? I personally really appreciate learning about nuances of words, because that's actually one thing I used to be really good at in German, where I really appreciated when people were using like rather nuanced terms in order to precisely express what they mean. And this is something I kind of haven't really managed to get to the point in English, where, well, I just haven't learned these things yet, really. You just woke up and started work. Well then, I hope you have a pleasant day at work. Good morning to you and welcome. Like, one of the biggest reasons... What was it? Whatever the book is that resulted in the Da Vinci Code movie. I remember loving that book. Purely on the basis of how well it was written in German. because it was such a clever style of writing overall that I just really enjoyed it on that end. So I don't know how it is really in English, but that was kind of the first time I really realized that I really enjoy clever writing. More level grading? Yes. I have determined last time, while we were trying to defeat Xdef, that we were missing just a little bit of maximum HP to reliably survive certain combination of attacks in 2 separate cases, as well as I was missing just a little bit of damage in order to reliably knock Xdef, or more reliably knock Xdef into his second phase after 2 cycles. So, since we only need 2 levels in order to achieve that, that's going to be what I'm aiming for here. Also, I just realized I don't have that many softs anymore, huh? I might want to run outside just to buy more softs in order to grind here more. Okay. Yeah, I'm actually gonna do that. Just gonna run outside, try to fight whatever I can along the way. Alright, just double checking. Calculator. Yeah, level 57 is what I'm looking for. Alright, I'm just gonna run outside. Or try to anyways. These ones I'm not gonna fight because this takes way too long to knock out the little bunnies if they target the wrong... well, the correct target I suppose, with their attacks. Normally these rooms here are really dangerous, but as a thief who never can get back attacked and can reliably run away, these rooms are nothing dangerous at all because, well, we're faster than whatever dragons might attack us. That's kinda convenient. Oh, that's interesting. Auto-drive enemies. They do appear to have quite a bit of physical defense. I don't really know what they can do, to be completely honest. They might just change AI script and completely nuke me once I knock out one of them. Oh wow, he survived 2 attacks. That's already bad news. And they have evasion. 5 attacks apparently are sufficient, however. Oh, he just skipped his turn. Alright, just a regular attack despite being alone. And... knock them out. Alright, sure, why not? I think this is the same encounter... no, actually I'm not. I'm wrong. I thought this was the same encounter group as the one where we were running into bundle quars, but I guess I was just remembering running into bundle quar enemies here on this floor. As mentioned before, the blind balls are actually, well, blind at the beginning of combat. You can't technically give them eye drops. I don't think it does anything for you, but it is a possibility. Alrighty, he just paralyzed himself. This is why I keep the reflex ring equipped here. Even though I don't get the physical evasion, there is various types of instant death spells. Blaster is one of them. Half the time it's gonna kill the target, the other half it's gonna paralyze it. And neither is particularly good when you only have one character. Right, you guys are the reason why I'm running outside in order to grab more softs. Motor drives apparently have a counterattack to physical hits and are weak to fire, ice and lightning. So I guess they're opposite of the natures, I guess. Oh, interesting. What do they counterattack their two physical attacks? Because did I just get that lucky that they never counterattacked? Or did I just not notice the counterattacks? Either way is possible. Here we get probably magic dragons again. Yep, this is way too large of an encounter to reliably knock out. If you have some form of strong area of effect to knock them out really efficiently and quickly, that's an amazing encounter for experience. This guy, on the other hand, has about 3000 HP, so 2 separate swings is going to do the trick, plus we could get more elixirs on him. What experience is this anyways? 1200, not bad for... Oh, we even got the elixir, wow. Not bad for a single enemy. The counterattack is react fight, specialty, nothing. Specialty is apparently 100% hit pierce defense fight command. I see. So... basically a fair bit more damage than it otherwise would be. Interesting. Thank you, Ethier. Which also means if I don't use specifically the fight command, like if I were to use the attack to steal at the same time, it would actually not trigger the counterattack since it's not technically the fight command I'm using. That is a nuance that actually appears in some cases. That's actually a pretty good encounter here. Those enemies all die in one hit and give pretty solid experience. Maybe I should look into grinding down here instead. Maybe not. 4 enemies is too many for my taste. 3 is kind of the edge case, as long as I can one-shot one of them as a thief. Hey Life Tactics, welcome. How are you doing today? Alrighty, I'm gonna go ahead and briefly buy more softs and stock up on high potions, might as well. No reason not to. We did use quite a few already. We are level 56 already as well though, so maybe I could have just kept going, but at the same time, there's not really one specific place that is particularly great for grinding. Also, interesting. I was actually wondering what the most efficient way would be from this forest here over to Exeter's Castle, and this might actually just be it. Just go to the west. Oh. Well then, welcome to you. And I hope you enjoy your time. Stock up on high potions and stock up on a few softs. I will not need that many, but I have plenty of money either way. Isn't it kind of interesting that the thief is the one of the characters that has the most money? I think only Geomancer and probably Berserker had more than that. Neither could do particularly much with the money. You feel like Beast Killer Steel was relevant in Fortune Fiesta at some point. Well yeah, if you have a Beastmaster it can be pretty good. You can also try to get Beast Killer Whip just later when it's more reliable. It's a good weapon, but I don't think it's good enough to specifically go for it, but if you just happen to run by, might as well try to grab it. Yeah. Like, let's put it this way, if Thief and Beastmasters are kind of your only real damage dealers at this point, it actually might be a really good choice to just go for the Beast Killer Whip for the rare steel. Like, I don't know whether that's a good idea. Most of the enemies should miss. Like, I guess if you have maybe a white mage... Oh wow, one hit. That's the trick? Interesting. If you have maybe a white mage in your team and a time mage, then you might be a little bit struggling for damage. Well, maybe not. Time mage combat is not too terrible. I guess just getting the Beast Killer Whip this early for fun might be pretty neat. I don't actually know whether there's any particular beasts before Call of Hysteria that are noteworthy to get the beast killer win for. Exdev guards his castle with blind wolves. Well, maybe. It could also be a bit more of a tragic backstory to these wolves here. That they just happened to be in this area here while it transformed, and they got blinded due to... You know, it is a pretty unpleasant looking castle type of deal. Magic dragons, they like using level 2 ult and or Hero 3 in their second turn. But you knock them out before their second turn, they can't do that. Plus, Hero 3 would get bounced back either way. Tragic. Makes for a goofy encounter though. Yeah. I mean, I'm probably reading way too much into this either way. He's evil. Probably. Hello! Welcome to you, Benacut. I hope you had a good day so far. Welcome to you. Sure. Sure, I'm gonna just leave that guy alive for now. So he can help me take out the rest of the enemies. Sounds like a good idea to me. Ah, that did not knock him out. You have finished God of War 1 HT for the PS3 today. Nice. I hope you enjoyed that. God of War is actually a pretty interesting game in my memory, because... for two reasons. One is I remember thinking, that gameplay actually looks really good, really fun, but then at the same time, I'm just unfortunately not quite able to stomach the kind of gore brutality. It just doesn't work with me, unfortunately. I kinda wish it did, because the gameplay looks really good. But that's just how it is. And the other one is, actually, I do distinctly remember that when there was like a Ragnarok Online PvP tournament thingy, and the winner of our server happened to be from our guild, they got sent over to... Taiwan? Thailand? I actually don't remember. Moo actually would know. I think... because I think he was part of it? Was he? Either way, I remember them playing God of War over there and saying, dude, that game is amazing, it was just great. That's kind of the main thing I remember about God of War. Basically, they got to play it before it was officially released, which sounds pretty awesome to me. Which also sounds pretty intriguing overall. Alrighty, we are back here. Just a little bit more grinding for level 57. Also, I hope you enjoyed the lurking. Yes, I'm looking to get... oops, I did not mean to attack that guy. I'm looking to get level 57, that is the current goal. Do not... okay, that's fine. Well, maybe not fine. I actually have to knock him out of his confusion. Well, maybe I do. I guess as long as he doesn't reflect break, we're gonna be fine. That works. But yeah, level 57 gives me just enough maximum HP to survive certain combination of attacks, as well as... Well, thank you. As well as giving me just a little bit more damage output to have a slightly higher chance to knock XF through phase 1. Or well, into phase 2. Before the second cycle is complete. Mitsugashu, thank you. Thank you very much for 3 months of support. Welcome back. You have a button, you press button. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Welcome to you as well, Dulaxon. I hope you have a nice day so far. Only thing they are missing is a fairy orc to support them. I see. I think the Adama Golems have like 3,300-ish HP if I'm not mistaken. They are weak to lightning if you have some form of lightning and base attack. But yeah. By the way, wall mages using fire too are literally the most damage we can take at this point, because, well, I do still have the bone mail equipped. So that's kind of less than ideal to get hit by that. Since bone mail means that I take double damage from fire and my magic defense is getting ignored. X-Zone. I'm just gonna wait to see what he does. Let's try to steal. Venom Rod, that's the common steal. The rare steal from this guy is the Judgment Staff, which is a very unique weapon. It allows you to cast Dispel Magic on enemies, which is normally the last white mage spell. And kinda curious that you can even get it here, because it can potentially be useful to, well, dispel some enemy magic spells. Elf stuff thingies. Ow. Dispel? No, it's not. This is the Judgment Staff. The Light Staff is from the Metamorpha enemies as a rare drop. The Judgment Staff you can't get without stealing. Yeah, no worries. It's just so unusual that... let's put it this way, for a long time I did not even know the Judgment Staff existed, because it's such a strange weapon that I think you only can get through stealing from like 2 different enemies as a rare steal. So yeah, I had no idea that thing even existed for quite a long time. Alright, how close are we? 37-ish thousand, slightly less. Okay, not too bad. Going to work out pretty soon at this point. Bonk. That's why I equipped the Guardian Dagger. 1-4 chance to block physical attacks. Very convenient. And it doesn't really cost me anything switching over to it, aside from a tiny bit of menuing time. Well, I guess it does technically cost me something. Hey, very good activist, welcome. I'm doing quite alright, thank you. I hope so do you. I was about to say I was kind of hoping for the Dark Wizard to cast Rain so I get healed a little bit, but then I just remembered, wait a second, they only do that when they're not alone for the last minute remaining, so that would not work either way. Well, I mean, that's a really good encounter here overall, so I don't mind keep getting them. Especially if preemptive, because then I'm just knocking them out before they can do anything. So, those can paralyze themselves. I wonder whether they are actually classified as heavy, or instant death immune and can't be affected by a blaster otherwise. No idea. Okay. So I'm guessing you decided a few extra levels is necessary for XDeath? Well, necessary is not quite the correct term, but yes, a few extra levels are gonna be quite helpful, I think. More specifically, 2. Because last time when I did a few attempts against XDeath, I noticed that on separate instances I was just barely not having enough HP to go with a more aggressive approach, so I had to wait or I needed to heal earlier, depending on his patterns. And the other one was, I was just slightly a little bit away from pushing halfway through the first phase when he completed his first cycle in terms of dealing damage. So I think the two things combined, where I have a bit more maximum HP and also deal just a little bit more damage, should allow me to knock him out probably reasonably reliably in just 2 cycles. That's what I'm going for anyways. 1 cycle is kind of unrealistic, unfortunately. Oh, frogs. Uh-oh. Yep, Rabbit is definitely hungry. I still cannot pronounce that word, whatever that is. Well, I know what it is by now, but I still can't pronounce it. The doozy of the word, yep. What's the technical name for... Dang, what's the English word again? The piece of cloth you hold in front of your nose in order to prevent sneezing on everything else. Uh-oh. Cookies. Yep. Nom nom. Alright, that's like 3 more encounters until we are finally level 57. How long was that? About an hour, I guess. Took a bit longer than I anticipated it would be. Handkerchief, there we go, that's the word I was looking for. Don't charm the wall mage, please. Don't charm the wall mage, please. Well, I suppose charming the dark wizards is fine-ish for the most part, as long as one doesn't charm the other before the other gets to move. Otherwise, they might just break me. You're a relatively recent addition to the food box. Yeah, I just put you in there. That was kind of perfect. Alright. Nice. Okay, I ate 116 experience. I was just wondering whether I missed a level. I did not. Alright, this is gonna be the last encounter we need to worry about, and then we run into Extra's chamber. Two levels higher, and much more well prepared. Probably. Break. And we have reached level 57. Very nice. Okay, I'm going to already equip the stuff I want to have equipped for XF, which does include the Guardian Dagger rather than anything else. Make sure I'm fully healed up. And save. And we are ready to tackle XF again. Where's my calculator? I will want to get into a AI routine where we are not running into any encounters before the area, but I will only know this once we get to the resets. Assuming we get to the resets. No, Greg, we already did, Greg. That was last stream. Gilgamesh has been defeated. Second try, in case you're curious. Alrighty, so for anybody who wasn't here before and just does not know, for a solo character challenge run, we need to get lucky that he does not use Condemn in the first turn, because that timer above our head, it's going to kill us. There's literally nothing we can do about that. Where is my... Finlands? There it is. Why are you all the way down there? But yeah, basically, we just need to get lucky that he doesn't do that. And that's gonna be all there is to this. Let me actually see how much damage he deals now. 840 with regular attacks, so we do survive 2 regular attacks and a vacuum wave, or 2 vacuum waves. This is literally the reasoning as to why I wanted to have a little bit more maximum HP here. But yeah, we know that, we're gonna die. And that's gonna be the name of the game here, more or less. Where's my death counter? There it is. 67. Welcome to you, Lenva. I hope you have a nice day so far. I don't know why you put the double lens all the way down there. I have no clue, but that's kind of inconvenient, so let me put it back up here. You're guessing 8 or fewer attempts to win. Well, that was number 1 for today. Or do you count all of them? Because I would need to look up the death count on how many that would be. So yeah, this is not as bad as it was with the Solo Geomancer, but we will still need to effectively get the 1 in a 9 chance to not get the instant death on 2 turns, and I need to play well enough that we don't die in between either, which can be a bit of an issue. But then. So it begins. In case you're curious, resets do count as a death, because I effectively would have died. Also, I will need to reset my capture card, because right now the sound is behind by like a second or so. So give me just a moment. Unfortunately, that seems to happen whenever I reset the console manually with the reset button. Needlessly evil guy. Okay. I think the sound is behind a little bit again. Maybe not much, but I think it is a little bit behind. Let's actually see something real quick. Yeah, it's a little bit behind. Also, that was a little bit of potential RNG manipulation. So let me reset the capture real quick. I might need the hotkey in order to reset the capture someday. Fun done. Just gonna run in there without trying to manipulate anything this time. So this is 70. Just today, alright. I already forget how many attempts this was. This is like number 4? Hey, we even blocked the first attack. Alright, let me reset the capture real quick. Because that's clearly behind a little bit. At least clearly for me, honestly. Okay. Double lance equipped, let's go. 663 and 697. Somebody else wants to keep track of the damage we deal, feel free to let me know. And this is now... That's actually the good thing. So, weirdly enough, the second turn vacuum wave is actually what I want, because Dynamo would take me more time than we get to deal more damage to him. Gravity, Demi, or Fight. Fight is actually what I didn't want to see. Next turn he has a 1 in 3 chance to do his vacuum wave, and vacuum wave would kill me even though I would survive a physical attack here. Hey, we actually blocked that one too. Pretty good luck so far with blocking. Next, next is his Earthshaker turn actually, so... He didn't use Earthshaker, what a meanie. It's a 2 in 3 chance to use Earthshaker. Next is the Flame, Fight or Specialty. None of this weapon. We actually hope that we don't get the Vacuum Wave here. Specialty is Vacuum Wave. Oh, because now I have to actually wait. Because his next turn is going to be a Hurricane turn. So, no matter what, I will want to heal as soon as he does his thing here. Because Hurricane would actually potentially kill us. Because the HP leak status from the Vacuum Wave is still going to carry over here. Right, he actually did not use Zombie Breath here, that's convenient. Hopefully next turn he's gonna use Bio, that's a 1 in 3 chance. Okay, that's about 150-ish damage more to him. And wait just a little bit before attacking. Maximize the HP leak damage on him. Level 3 Flare is perfect as a bounce back. So, unfortunately, we are still not quite halfway through his HP, and we are at the end of the first cycle. Next turn, 1 in 3 chance to survive. Unfortunately, we don't survive. Okay, we dealt 8,484 damage, which actually is technically just barely halfway through his phase 1 HP. So, we can definitely do this. Also, he has an elixir for steal if we ever want to try and go for it, I guess. Okay, not bad though. Good attempt. Unfortunately, need to get a bit luckier than that. As mentioned before, we just need to get the 1 in 3 chance to survive twice in a row. The first one being the first turn, the next one being the 11th turn. Me like this music. Nice. It's good music to say the least. Yeah, I think the music actually might not have been behind this time. Don't forget to increment the death counter. Probably again right here. Yep. The nice thing is we don't get into any encounters in the meantime here. Pretty sure the music is behind again. The thing is, I actually used stream music for myself, so I'm actually not having direct music from the game itself, in case you're curious, or at least not through the monitor, which would be what you normally do. But in my case, ooh, nice. In my case, that's not quite what I do. Alrighty, we have another beginning here, so let's see where we get to. 612, 697. Vacuum Life? Dynamo, alright. Dynamo, we have to go back into the front row, because otherwise I don't deal enough damage. Equip the Guardian Dagger. Gravity 100 gets big bounce back. How convenient, one of the less bad things it can do. Next, next is just his physical turn. Good, that's kind of the least damage he can do. He could also have used Vacuum Wave. Next is hopefully Earthshaker. Nice, that's why we have Float. Then he has his Flame, or Physical Attack, or Strong Physical Attack. Flame it is. A lot of damage, but actually the least amount he can do. Next is probably Hurricane turn. Well, 2 and 3 times anyways. Yep. Have to use an elixir. I'm just barely fast enough to have him not loot me here. Yep, barely. Very barely. Zombie is fine. Hopefully Bio here. I'm gonna wait until he attacks. No matter what he attacks, I'm gonna attack back right after. 2 and 3 chance to do a physical move, 1 and 3 chance to use Bio here. Okay, didn't block it, but that's okay. Oh, hang on. I need to go through Flash. I need to actually correct my... I accidentally calculated the wrong number there. Okay, we should be at 8,325 damage so far, which is just barely past the halfway point. Once again, 1 in 3 chance to survive right here. And we didn't. Alright. Good try though. The second time we got to that point, this time we actually dealt even more damage. We were at 9,600 damage before transition. So, we are actually really on good pace in order to possibly defeat him before his third condemned turn. Imagine this fight if you couldn't steal double lines until World 3. Yeah, then we would probably grind for a fair bit longer than this with using the Dancing Dagger instead. Oh, another attempt right away. Yeah, this is... Sorry about that. I really wish that my capture wouldn't do that. Does anybody know a good capture card? Because maybe I want to upgrade that someday. An HDMI capture card in case you're curious. Preferably with low lag, less latency. Nice block, Ferris. Side specialty. Okay, next is the Earthshaker turn. we survive no matter what he throws at us. Good. Then we have... I think I'll attack, actually. Vacuum Wave might be enough damage to kill me. I hope he doesn't use it. Okay, Flame is fine. Now, the catch is, he has a 1 in 3 chance to use a physical attack next turn. But a 2 in 3 chance to use a Hurricane next turn, so I kind of have to heal already in order to survive, basically. That's the unfortunate part, if he uses exactly this sequence of actions. Okay, kind of like before, I'm just gonna wait until he takes his turn before attacking. Nice, that's exactly why, because as long as I don't take an action, I still technically have the Guardian Dagger equipped for a 1 in 4 chance to block physical attacks. Ooh, that's not good. Alrighty, so this was his turn to cast level 3 Flare. If he doesn't cast level 3 Flare, which is a 2 in 3 chance, we're in a little bit of trouble because we're not quite there for pushing him into phase 2. It's just a little bit shy in damage, let's put it that way. And he casts Condemn anyway, so it doesn't matter. Next try! I forgot to increment the counter at least twice, didn't I? You know nothing of capture cards. Well, so do I, which is why I probably have to just do some research someday. Let's see, You're a big fan of data path products. You activated my capture card. I don't think that's how it works. Oh wow, we get another attempt right away. Getting lucky here with the attempts. Probably just have a good cluster of starting values. Vacuum Wave, once again, that is the better thing to see here. However, I will have to heal here no matter what, because he could just use another Vacuum Wave next turn. He didn't, but he could have. And now we are at the awkward place again. He did not use Earthshaker, so his Vacuum Wave might kill us. Let's just go for damage, honestly. I think we can't really afford to miss out on damage too much. Okay, now we have to heal before his Hurricane turn. We don't have much of a choice. What does X mean in XDev? Is it extra? Okay, no idea. Probably. Also, he skipped his Hurricane. That's very nice, so I don't have to immediately heal, so he can deal damage instead. Or try to. Few misses already. Zombie Breath, low-ish roll. You will survive next turn no matter what. Bio, perfect. That is another 150-ish damage to him. I actually don't know how much it exactly is. And the level 3 Flare. Very nice. That's exactly what we need. How much HP do I have? 2000. We do survive next turn if he uses the 1 in 3. But again, Condemn turn coming up right now. So let's hope for a physical attack. Nope. Again, not lucky enough. FF5. By the way, if I miss any death count increments, feel free to let me know if you'd like to. So yeah, I think Tormod Wolf is the only one who had a suggestion for data path for a capture card, so I'm gonna write that down the next opportunity. Alrighty, that's my... there it is. So, unfortunately, your guess was not quite accurate enough. But hey, look at the bright side. I haven't made enough mistakes to die to anything but Condemn, so... I guess my gameplay is sufficiently good, but we just need to get the sufficient luck here. Our Media 2+. Well, how good is it, if I may ask? Because I always felt like the StarTech HDMI capture card I've been using was always a bit finicky, and it's just a bit weird. But I don't know how abnormal it is, because I do have a bit of an unusual capture setup. Hey, nice, we get an immediate extra. Okay, capture is not as far behind this time, but it's a little bit going to bother me. Alright, let's go. I know. Alright. Fair enough. Gravity 100. Quite fine. That doesn't deal no damage. Regular physical attack is also quite fine, because that was the least damage he could do during this turn. Wait. Plus 900. Minus 9,000. Accidentally the wrong numbers here. Sorry about that. Where was I? Oh, he skipped his Earthshaker. What a meanie. I would like to point out that he does not counterattack. Like, he does not... He counterattacks normally physical attacks with Dispel Magic, but he doesn't right now, and I have no idea why. We're going to survive next turn no matter what. So I wonder whether the double lance also prevents enemy counterattacks, which is rather unusual. Are you just faster than me? No, you're not. Yeah. Alrighty. Unfortunately he didn't cast Bio, that's quite fine. Now what we really want him to do is we really want Xdev here to use his level 3 flare count, so we can bounce it back for extra damage, otherwise we might be behind the damage. Nope, Vacuum Wave, which means I actually have to heal here. And now 1 in 3 chance to survive next turn. Again. Oh, we actually get into the second turn for once, or second cycle. Let's see how that's going to go. 612. Dynamo, we have to move back to the front row here. Nice block Ferris. Next is a physical turn of his. 14 plus 6, 12. Okay, that's the good one. Next, hopefully he uses Earthshaker so we don't take any damage. He didn't use Earthshaker. This is the awkward part, because if he uses a Vacuum Wave, I'm dead, so I kind of have to heal. Then I may have to heal immediately. Actually, then I will want to heal immediately after again. So, well... Yeah, he did use Vacuum Wave, good thing I healed. Now we have to wait actually, in case he uses Hurricane, I have to heal. He did not use Hurricane. How much HP do we have? I will barely survive a Vacuum Wave, and we have to push for damage, so let's go. 10, 3, 1. Zombie Breath. Okay, we have to heal now. Wait, no, we don't. We survive no matter what he does next turn. Bio is 150-ish damage. Okay, so here's the thing. I basically have to attack right now. Vacuum Wave will kill me next turn if he uses it, but if I don't attack, we're not gonna push him into the next phase either way. So here's where we are. We are at 14,600-ish damage. We need a little bit more than 2,000 damage still in order to push him into the next phase. We have to hit with at least 2 double lance attacks, so 1 attack no misses, or well, 2 attacks I guess. And he has to cast level 3 flare, because otherwise we don't have enough damage. We use Vacuum Wave. Basically what I'm saying is, if we don't push him into phase 2 right now, we are going to be subject to the 2 and 3 chance for Condemn again. So it is a better probability to hope he does not do the 1 in 3 Vacuum Wave right now. So we attack. No Vacuum Wave, please. Oh, okay. I was playing for the odds, which unfortunately did not quite work out this time. 38, let's go. Yeah, the thing is, it actually is kind of the perfect phase 1 to phase 2 transition if he pushes himself back into phase 2, because then I get another chance to... I'm not hoping him any. Then I get another chance to do stuff in the meantime. Phase 4 a sword dance with the dancing dagger. Well, I actually might have gone for that if we needed more damage than this, but in this case I just needed to hope for no misses on the double lance, as well as him... Oh, nice, we get to try again. As well as no... no Vacuum Wave, but unfortunately that was the 1 in 3 Vacuum Wave right there. And it is a better chance to hope for 1 in 3 not Vacuum Wave. A 2 in 3 not Vacuum Wave than the 1 in 3 physical attack the next turn after. So yeah. Vacuum Wave. That was negative. Earthshaker fight, we survive next turn. Might be a bit low HP, but we should survive. Yep, low HP. Ooh! Never mind. We had 2 low HP on that. Okay, that's the first time I died to straight up damage. I think I was a bit too slow on the menu, so the HP leak actually did a bit more damage than it should have. Did Galuf already die? Yes, this was before we entered Galuf's Exta's castle here. Careful, Yaga, he's much bigger than you. Yeah, big bully. Welcome to it, Riselizers. Indeed, you did not miss the fight yet. But yeah, Galuf is no longer among the living, as indicated by Kara being in our party instead of Galuf. Wow, we're getting really lucky with getting to hits. 697, 612. Dynamo. We actually resisted Dynamo. Okay. I said earlier that Vacuum Wave is preferable over Dynamo, unless Dynamo is resisted, which is... That might be a 5% chance. Not sure. It's very uncommon. Demi is fine, doesn't do anything, so we just attack. Physical here is good. Now we actually have a bit of an awkward amount of HP right here, because if he uses his Vacuum Wave he might die. Because it's just too low. Ah, let's just go for it. 2 and 3 chance to survive. You can use Flame or Physical Attack instead of Vacuum Wave. Or get a low roll with Vacuum Wave too. So, here's the thing. He has a 2 in 3 chance to use Hurricane next turn, and a 1 in 3 chance to use a Physical Attack next turn. Physical Attack will kill me, but Hurricane I have to heal, unless we have a low chance of resisting the Hurricane. So we have to just hope for a Hurricane here. He didn't Hurricane! Ow. So here's the thing, there was no good answer to this. there was no good answer to this because the HP amounts were just too awkward. And as mentioned before, we can't wait for too much damage either way, or we have to push for damage. At least a little bit. Hey Takaza, welcome. Hope you have a good time. Also, that fairy emote looks amazing, I dare to say. Wow. What's up with keep getting more chances to push through? Kinda lucky. 663, 697. Didn't resist Dynamo this time, that's fine. Front row again. Nice block fairs, wow. Now vacuum me, please. Thank you. Next is hopefully Earthshaker, so we don't take more damage. 2 and 3 chance. Aww. Now we are in the exact same spot again. Well, I just hope for no vacuum wave here. There's just no good answer right now. Oh, I missed a second number. Okay, now. To be fair, there's also no good answer right here. Well, I have to heal because the physical attack is going to kill me. But Hurricane is going to push me to critical HP where I have to heal afterwards too. Oh, nice. He didn't Hurricane. How convenient. Next we have Zombie Breath or a Vacuum Wave. 2 and 3 chance for Zombie Breath. And he chose Vacuum Wave. What a meanie. We will survive the physical attack no matter what. But he also has a 1 in 3 chance to use Bio right here, which is nice, because that's 150-ish damage added. Yeah, I need to heal here, because he can use Vacuum Wave. 2 in 3 chance to use Flare though. Aw, come on, buddy. What a meanie. Next, the infamous turn of 2 and 3 times we die. Aw, we die. Okay. Not too terrible with double lance. Yeah, we do deal actually better damage than some of the other solo challenge classes. Especially since we don't have to rely on the dancing dagger, which a bunch of others had to. But unfortunately, luck in the grand scheme of things is not on our side. We need to get a bit lucky in this. We have to effectively get the 1 in 9 surviving 2 condemned turns. Because it's not much of a way around this, actually, thinking about it. I highly doubt even a level 99 thief would deal enough damage to push him into phase 2 in just one. Just one cycle. Actually, I'm kinda curious about that. How much damage would a level 99 thief do? Let me see. Since I have everything in the calculator already, level 99 thief would actually deal, on average, 1106 damage with one of the double lance swings. So as a matter of fact, that is almost double. And since we would have almost 7,500 HP, we would be able to just continuously attack. So chances are, if you level up to level 99 as a thief, you actually probably could push him to phase 2. With a solo thief in one cycle. Of course, leveling up that high is kind of ridiculous. Time to start grinding, no. So just how bad is this fight? Well, not any worse than previous solo job classes, honestly. Like, we just need to get the 1 in 9 chance to survive 2 condemned turns. For the most part, that's kind of mostly it. there is a chance to die to other things too, but overall I dare to say nothing bad. Gravity 100. Like, at least it's not as bad as we've had before. There is of course classes that are strictly stronger, but most classes have to survive 2 condemned turns. For Shaker, nice. Hopefully no vacuum wave, otherwise I will have to wait. Okay, I don't have to wait, we can just go. Next is likely his Hurricane turn, so that means I have to heal. Because Zombie Breath would otherwise kill me. Well, actually, basically anything it does would kill me. So, yeah, I have to heal. Ooh, I roll off the Zombie Breath number there, but still nothing too terrible. Still better than actually his Vacuum Wave during that turn. Next is just physical attack for Bio. It is Bio, nice. 150-ish damage to him. Yeah, we just attack. Hopefully, no Vacuum Wave, no! Oh, come on! You're such a meanie. And condemn. I mean, to be fair, it doesn't matter when he uses Vacuum Wave during the level 3 flare turn, if he uses condemn afterwards anyways. And honestly, our damage was pretty good despite the lack of level 3 flare reflect. Better than Dancer. Well, I'm not sure about that actually. Dancer was pretty solid for dealing damage overall. The problem was survivability. Now I'm actually kind of curious what level the Dancer was at this point. And how much maximum HP the Dancer had. I do remember going back and grinding for a long time in the Hyrian Mountains as a Dancer. There's that. Oh. No Vacuum Wave, please? We are really low on damage. We missed twice already. Did not use Vacuum Wave. But we have to heal either way here. Love Shaker, please. Okay. Okay, we actually have to take a little bit of a risk here in order to push for more damage, generally speaking. Next is the possible Hurricane turn. He did not use Hurricane, that's convenient. But we are too low level to survive a... well, too low HP to survive a Vacuum Wave. But 2 and 3 times it's going to use a Zombie Breath here. I think I have to keep pushing for damage. As mentioned before, we missed twice already. Okay, low roll please. Okay, that's a pretty low roll. We're gonna survive the next turn no matter what. Ooh, he's gonna move before me. Level 3 flare please. He might not move before me. Okay, just barely before him actually. And he used Vacuum Wave. What a meanie. Condemn? Actually, don't condemn. That's kind of what I mean. Ooh, another miss. 2 misses. Wow. I mean, look at the bright side. Wow. So many 1 in 3s he just chose in a row. He chose the 1 in 3 bio attack, the 1 in 3 vacuum wave after that, the 1 in 3 fight attack instead of condemn, which was good, and then the 1 in 3 vacuum wave right after that. That's impressive. Like, he had to use Dynamo in that turn, in this specific instance. Alrighty everybody, question. Are we going to defeat this guy before or after 100 deaths? What do you think? Actually, we could bet channel points on that. I think there's an option for that somewhere. Start a prediction. Not that. Alright. Let's see. Neighbor prediction. Okay. 5-minute submission period. Okay. Submission is in prediction is in chat if you'd like to predict your channel points for that. You have 5 minutes to submit, and I'm going to refill my water jug and go to the bathroom, so be right back. Also, we are one more death here. Be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Predictions may or may not be over yet, so let's see what it's going to be. This is Fairy's break time, she gets a nap. Yep. Pretty much. Hello, welcome to you, Blood. I hope you have a nice day so far. Good evening to you. Hello. Predicted pink too? What? What does that mean? Then. I guess there's 2 colors options. I didn't even consider the color. Knock him out, I think, is what you're looking for, Manicut. You're fine, that's nice. Welcome to you as well, Gar, and welcome to you as well, Rens Turner. Welcome to anybody who might be lurking. I hope you have the most pleasant day so far. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning. Welcome. Come down. Alright, the sound is really far behind right now. Maybe Grimer may help. Throwing a nuke? Maybe. $86. Pepe's in 2. Well, good luck with that. XF really wanting to see a buff, I guess. Well, he would like to see that number go to infinity. Because it's kind of unfair if you think about it, because we can just reload and save again and again. He does not have that option. I mean, how do you defeat an opponent that has the option to save and reload? Seems rather impossible. Unless you have like a weapon that corrupts their save files. They have to reload a way earlier save and might just avoid you because of that in the end. Basically, whether we get to defeat XDeath before or after we get to 100 deaths. What an idea for an RPG villain. It's actually not an original idea from my end. Oh, we get another chance here. Alright. Second, calculate, let's go. Let's dance. Well, I guess I'm not using the dancing dagger, so that might not be entirely accurate. Wait, did I? Oh. Yeah, that was lost in ideal. Nice block, Ferris. That was the Earthshaker turn. Next is the Vacuum Wave turn. Hopefully no Vacuum Wave. It might be just fast enough to go twice. Alright, now we have to wait, because his next turn is gonna be a Hurricane turn. Yeah, we have to heal right away, because otherwise the HP leak is going to kill us. And my breath is fine. Next hoping for bio right here. No bio. Next we pretty much need a level 3 flash, please. Okay, level 3 flash. Now, next turn, once again, 1 in 3 chance to survive. And we didn't. How much does Sword Dance hit for at this level with the Thief? I would guess like about 3,300, 3,500. Around that area. Yeah, it's basically just we need to get the 1 in 9 chance that he doesn't do that, and then we have to effectively deal enough damage in order to push him into phase 2. Once we are in phase 2 and survive the entry to phase 2, we are fine. Better than you thought? Yeah. I mean, we are pretty high level. We are level 80, 57. Yes, the 1 in 8 chance for sword dance each attack is pretty bad. Especially since the basic attack, normally the sword dance dagger is actually pretty competent for just dealing a basic amount of damage even with regular attacks, but for the thief, the double lance is just so much stronger on average. Much more reliable. Yeah, if you'd like to see a kill on XF with the dancing daggers, look no further than the Geomancers. The amount of luck we need in order to win with the Geomancer against this guy was kind of ridiculous, honestly. Oh. Alright, this means I have to reset the capture card because sound is pretty far behind. And let's go. Oh, and miss already. Less than ideal. Honestly, the biggest surprise right now is that XF seemingly does not counterattack my double lens hits. It's really strange. 2 misses already. Wow. Okay, where was I? 7100 attack. Okay, next is the Earthshaker turn. Hopefully it does not use Vacuum Wave here. And he did use Vacuum Wave, and we have to heal, otherwise HP Leak is going to kill us. We effectively have more or less a 1 in 3 chance to survive next turn, because if he uses Hurricane, we're dead anyways. Yep. Does double lance attack count as a command if it's double hit property? I have no idea, honestly. It seems weird. The prediction didn't show up maybe this time. I mean, you had... I think the 5 minutes are over to be able to enter the prediction. Yeah, it's 100% proc, but the strange thing is, XF never counterattacks with Dispel Magic. Similarly, in previous encounters with the enemies in the previous area, even though they seem to counterattack the fight command, they never actually counterattacked. So my assumption right now is just that they don't actually counterattack double lance attacks. Yeah, exactly. It might just be that only the second attack from the double lance counts in a weird kind of way. You know how with rapid fire only the first and the third attack actually provoke counterattacks? Something like that. Hey, we get another chance. Alright. Give me a second. Sorry about that. Reset my calculation. Let's go. 646, 697. And the dino. Oh. Earthshaker turn is fine. We're actually at a comfortable HP amount right now. Flame is fine. We survive the Hurricane turn no matter what, even if he uses a physical attack instead. Hurricane it is, that's actually quite fine, because I would want to heal after this one either way. Next is Zombie Breath or Vacuum Wave. Zombie Breath is fine, 1 in 3 chance to use Bio next turn, or other than that just a physical attack from him. Physical attack it is. Hopefully not a Vacuum Wave next turn. We will survive it, but this is the turn where he can deal 1000 damage to himself. Ah, he didn't. What a meanie. We have to heal here. 1 in 3 chance to survive the next turn, because Condemn coming up again. As is tradition. Oh. Not today. What happens when you kill him at exactly 100 deaths? You only had the above and below as options. That's an excellent question. I did not consider that part. Oh, we get another chance right away. How convenient. I think the sound is not too far behind, I don't have to reset. Let's go. Gravity 100, alright. We have a comfy amount of HP remaining. No, do I have to heal? Yeah, I have to heal. Because I would want to heal for the attack afterwards anyways. And Earthshaker was likely with 2 in 3 chance. So it didn't matter whether I healed now or afterwards. Alright. Next is Hurricane. We should go before him after the Hurricane, so we are mostly fine. Two and 3 chance for Zombie Breath, other than that, Vacuum Wave. Zombie Breath it is. 935, that's a really high roll. Bio, very nice. 150-ish damage to him through HP leak. Now hopefully no Vacuum Wave, what a meanie. Again! I think he might get a double turn next, so I'm just going to heal here. Also, 1 in 3 chance to survive the next turn. We did not. It's a draw, no one gets any points. Yeah, I can't cancel the prediction thingy. Would be a little bit awkward though. Oh, alright. It feels like every time I don't reset the capture early, I get another chance at this. Alright. Rambling RNG. Well, that's a bad start. Dynamo. I have to move back into the front row. Gravity 100. That's nice. Don't have to worry about it. The next turn is a physical attack on his end. No matter which one, it's always going to be physical, just hoping for no Vacuum Wave. He Vacuum Waved anyways. What a meanie. Next turn is Earthshaker or a physical attack. Physical attack, okay. Now we have to heal no matter what. 2 chance for a physical, regular or vacuum wave or a flame. Vacuum wave is the worst because now we have to wait for the potential of a hurricane just killing us, otherwise through HP leak. It didn't kill us because he decided to physically attack and I actually blocked it. I did not need to heal. Oh well, it's fine. Actually, it's not so fun because we are really low on damage right now. We have to push for more damage here. Bio is nice. Level 3 flare, very nice. Next turn we could die again, as usual. Let's see. Hey, we survived in the next turn. He can vacuum wave next turn. We're really low on damage overall. Dino was annoying actually. Demi. Well, we do survive a vacuum wave. We have to go for damage. Alright, we have to heal now, I think. Yeah, no matter what, the healing next is the proper move. That was the Earthshaker turn. Hopefully no vacuum wave this time, because I don't have time for healing or waiting for the hurricane. Okay, no vacuum wave here. They gonna get a double turn next? I think I have to wait. Because he would get a double turn next otherwise. So he would be able to Hurricane plus on my breath and I would be dead. He wouldn't have in this case, but the chance for that is kinda low. We have to attack every turn right now, we can't heal anymore right now. Bio is nice. Yeah, we're really low on damage. Flare, please? Okay. This is not gonna be enough though, is it? We are at 15,000 damage right now. This is literally one attack. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to do this in one attack. He is going to get another condemned turn. We're gonna try the Dancing Dagger. This is a better odds than surviving. Because no matter what, with a double lens, I will not knock him into the next phase. With a Dancing Dagger, at least I have a 1 in 8 chance. Let's see. Oh boy! Also, I was wrong about the damage. Okay. Don't physically attack me. Now we have to survive the entry into phase 2. Wow. That's unexpected. Back row, so we take only half damage from Vacuum Wave and Co. We heal up to full, and I think we stabilized. Calculated. I mean, it was literally the best odds of me surviving right there. So, yes, calculated, actually. It was only a 1 in 8 chance to effectively, or, well, to push him into phase 2 early. If I didn't get the Sword Dance, we would have had to survive another 2 in 3 chance for him to use Condemn right there. Also, in case you're curious, sitting in the back row defending is one of the more efficient ways of surviving phase 2 here. So phase 2, he always gets 2 turns. He can do 2 attacks in 1 cycle. And the worst thing he can do is just 2 vacuum waves in a row, and as long as I'm defending, that's not that much damage. So I'm just gonna continuously heal via elixirs, and hope he uses level 3 spells instead of vacuum wave all the time. Because vacuum wave just hits like a truck. But yeah, this is kind of now phase 2. He will frequently use level 3 spells. This is literally the reason why we have the wall ring equipped. It is a guaranteed damage to him. I can sit in the back row and continuously heal forever until he knocks himself out. We have enough resources, there should be no way to lose unless I just go AFK or something like that right now. Always bet on Jäger luck. I mean, it took actually quite a while until we finally managed to push through. I would say this is still technically average. Even if we specifically on this try got lucky in one specific way. We did get pretty unlucky. I only had like 4,000 damage in the first cycle, which normally we get well over 6,000. Usually 7 to 9,000 actually. We started at 66 deaths, right? Honestly, I don't know. We started at 62 according to... well, let's put it this way. 62 before X death. So this means we are at 93 right now. 62 minus 93 is 31. So that's 31 deaths on this guy total. I don't know where we started today, to be fair. By the way, I'd like to say that this was a very, very niche use of the dancing dagger right there because of how much more powerful the double lance is on average. It's just that it has the higher damage potential, but significantly lower damage on average, so... using dancing dagger in general was just not worthwhile. Hey, we blocked the attack by Guardian Dagger. By the way, the vacuum wave must have been the second attack because it didn't play the animation. He does have a chance to skip one of his turns once in a while. And yes, Geomancer was wild. Geomancer is not a good class for bosses. It depends on which bosses actually. Some classes Geomancer is actually really good. Others, not so much. Finished cooking. Why are we still here, Jäger? Well, we haven't beaten him yet. Welcome back. The funny thing is, if I remember correctly, Geomancer had no deaths against Carl Boss, which is kind of unusual. By the way, about 6,000-ish HP remaining. I don't know whether I counted correctly in this case. Didn't Geomancer score a godlike Atmos kill? Yeah, Geomancer did a true solo character challenge Atmos kill. We did not revive the others, and we lived through enough comets to eventually kill Atmos. Which, of course, kind of increased the amount of deaths that Geomancer had overall, but quite a feat. I dare to say. Are we phase 2? We are phase 2, yes. We're just waiting until next death. X-Death knocks himself out here. About 4 more spells until we win, unless I miscalculated, which is very likely because I'm not keeping that close track anymore in phase 2. Hello, welcome to your quad life. Hope you're doing well. Hello, welcome to your Smart Legs Coats. I hope you have a nice day. Not jinxing it at all. Kind of a random question. Does anybody actually think jinxing is a thing? Like, not judging here, just curious. Because I always just considered it a joke until I learned that there's certain people that actually think that's a thing. And I was like, oh, sure, okay, I'm gonna be careful about that, I guess. Good night. Alrighty, and this means the prediction has concluded. We have below 100 deaths as an outcome. Looks like actually less people bet, or less amount was bet on below. Choose the outcome. Below. Complete prediction. Alrighty. GG's for now indeed. There's still a ways to go for the Thief. The final battle is not necessarily going to be an easy one. And we will want to have a few more levels here too. But we will get a chicken knife. And Thief has one of the best chicken knife attacks. Oh no then. On to the next challenge for the Thief indeed. Garv, thank you. Thank you so much for quite a long time, 44 months of support. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. That was really a photo finish for the Thief there. We were about 500-ish damage shy of pushing XF into phase 2 without that sword dance. With the sword dance it was literally just barely enough. Rabbit with a Santa hat. Wow, the Pride Grimer actually is perfect for the Santa hat, that's great. Okay, removing all equipment from ferries because we have to briefly take care of an antlion without having ferries in our team. As usual, as I like to say, the antlion is a boss that comes right after one of the most difficult bosses for a lot of solo challenges. In fact, for a lot of solo challenges, XDeath at the end of World 2 is the most difficult one. And since we chose ferries, we don't have her available in order to do antlion the solo character way. But realistically, after you defeat XDeath, antlion is not going to be much more than a nuisance, so we just do anything necessary to get past him. Which means we're gonna turn Kara into a Mystic Knight and Butts into a Dancer. Now I'm actually curious, can somebody test something for me? The frog with a Santa hat is great too. Can somebody test something for me? If an enemy is asleep or a character is asleep, do you wake them up with a double lance attack? Or do they stay asleep? Your remotes are perfect for winter modifiers. Apparently. This is great. Hat frog is perfect, it is. Unfortunately, people can't see that in the VOD afterwards. You would need to actually watch the Twitch VOD and the chat for that, I think. Since the chat fontificator here does not properly display the modified emotes. But yeah, they are really perfect. Alrighty, Kara, you're gonna be a Mystic Knight here for just a moment because you need to put the antlion to sleep. And the Mystic Knight is the only class that has a guaranteed sleep on an enemy. So that's what we're gonna do here. Remove the Genji armor. You get Guardian Dagger. But you are becoming a Dancer because this is my best shot at defeating this thing, at least unless we can actually use the double lance. Strength armor, bandana, and Guardian Dagger initially. Okay. No. Snow. Nice. Yep, the rabbi just happily with the snow. This is great. Yep. Both rabbits, the scared one also works really well. I'm not sure how I don't think the lurking Grimer understands the idea of the Rudolph's nose and antlers, but I appreciate the effort. Looks like all the rabbits work really well for the winter modifiers. Even the sad one, I guess. Did on-screen chat break? Did I minimize it? Oh, I think I accidentally minimized it, sorry. Thank you for the heads up. Oh no! What a sad face with a top hat. If you look at Lurking Grimer as his face the other way around, it works perfectly though. Maybe. Yep, that's how you equip a Santa hat Grimer. I think that's perfect. You want this to be an actual emote now? It's mildly terrifying if you look at the antlers to be eyes instead. Oh, ads, yay! Wait, ads? I'm not running any ads. There shouldn't be any. Then again, at least you're not missing anything. Alright, welcome to World 3, where we're going to take a bit of a break because once we set up for the antline, we just have to wait for a while. Until Butts eventually defeats it. Because you're going to be spending a lot of today modifying emotes in all the channels you're subbing. Nice. I would like to see your results. Okay. Magic swords. This is why we bought sleep in World 1. I guess I could have already started dancing. Nice. Block both attacks. Butts has a 50-50 shot at blocking. Kara has a much higher chance for blocking. And oh, I need to actually equip a proper weapon on Butts here. Right, Kara, you're going to just knock yourself out. Good night. And Butts, you're going to get the strongest weapon we have, which happens to be the air lance here. And dance. So, antline susceptible to being put to sleep, and for some reason dancing with the sword dance does not count as a physical attack to wake up an enemy. So, now we just wait. This thing has like 8100 HP, so it's gonna take a while. Mystery Waltz is absorbing MP, so it does not actually do HP damage. But yeah, this is just my method of getting past the antline. Not terribly efficient or fast, but I couldn't really think of anything else that would be as reliable. In some previous playthroughs, what I did is I turned one of the cactus into a knight, and the other one into a mystic knight, I think, and just attacked with the strongest weapons I had at the time and revived the other cactus whenever they get knocked out. Not terribly efficient. In case you're curious, low-level cactus don't deal enough damage by guild toss in order to deal any damage here. He has too much physical defense for that to work. Hello! Welcome to UXDev. Hope you're doing well. Wow, that's a cute emote. Oh, it's not a tongue, is it? It's actually drinking from a straw. I thought it was just kind of licking the top of an ice cube or something. Still pretty adorable. Welcome to as well Jacob Banter and PK Protoplasm and anybody else who might have joined us. I hope you're doing well. Not gonna be easy to check the sleepless double lens thing. Looks like you're gonna have to set up RetroArch again. I see, that might take a while. Yeah, don't worry, I can eventually test this. Thank you, Luffy. Actually, hey, Luffy, you don't have to worry about it. I can test it actually in the next area. There's enemies that are always starting asleep. The Elm Gigas enemies. So I can test it on them. Thank you though, I appreciate it. I kind of forgot about them. Then again, I wasn't past XF at that point. This is adorable. Is it? I have no idea what I'm looking at. Looks actually mildly terrifying. Reconnect us. Hello. Is that from... What's that NES game that actually has pretty ridiculously crazy good mechanics? That Cypher used to speedrun. It looks like a Kirby, but it feels like it's that other NES game with the stars and stuff. I forget what it's called. Final Fantasy 3? Yeah. Gimmick! There we go, that's the word I was looking for. Yeah, it reminds me of Gimmick, because green. That works really well, Jacob Banter. Nice. That's a Jigglypuff with a reindeer nose and mean eyebrows instead of antlers. New evolution? Probably. Ice-type puff? Who knows? I don't suggest trying to poke a rabbit, he's going to eat your hand. Food goes in here. Sure. Poke a rabbit with a taco. Rump. And gone. Anyone ever wonder why slapping something makes it up, but setting it on fire doesn't? Or electrifying it, or... I don't know. An excellent question. It's kind of a similar question as where in Pokemon, normal and fighting type moves don't work on ghosts, but flying do. So you can do a flying peck attack with a bird. And that somehow works, even though the same bird cannot use like a horn attack or something like that. No. Arbitrary. EGGC mods work well with these mods too. Nice. The other one is just eating a carrot. I don't think that's how you pretend to be a snowman. The baka one. Nom nom nom. Alrighty. If you attack a sleeping tower but do 0 damage, does it wake up? Yes. Similarly, if you attack a target with the healing staff, or a confused target, it will knock out the confusion as well as the sleep, if I'm not mistaken. Because you technically use the attack command, and that's kind of what it's looking for. But clearly the counterattack to the attack command didn't trigger earlier, so I don't know what a double lance is. Also, turn you guys back... Oh, wake up car again briefly so I can take your items away. Sorry about that. Yes, you get the guardian daggers. You get... I don't know. You got a partisan to knock yourself out. You guys kind of earned having something unusual, I suppose. Elf cape, bandana, bone mail, sounds good. Let's go. Raining meteors on them though, can totally sleep through that. Yep. Meteors are not physical damage, they generate more heat than physical contact, of course. Very real chance Boko is Martin, but yeah. And it wasn't even that hard in the bonus dungeon, roughly. I don't know! So here's the thing. While running through the bonus dungeon, I figured out a rather interesting strategy. I figured out that Osmosis Blade is percentage based for MP absorb of the enemy. 1/8 of their current MP. And it works with rapid fire. So I would actually Osmosis Blade rapid fire with 2 weapons in order to reduce the enemy's MP by a tremendous amount, so they could never use any spells anymore before I even started attacking. So I have no idea how strong the enemies are in the bonus dungeon, because I just cheese my way through removing their MP first and then knocking them out. I've got some decent emotes for the mods too. Nice. I really like the... Oh dear, I've only remembered the Final Fantasy VI name, the Puck. Oh dear, what was it called, the little green guy? It's not a pug, of course. Some of them are really good. Tomberry, there we go. Of course. Tomberry. Tomberries and Tactics Advanced /2 are your favorite versions? Let's see. Tomberry, very dangerous if not taken care of fast enough. That sounds about right. Fun fact, the first time I've ever seen a Tomberry was in Final Fantasy X2, when my friend actually was in one of those super dangerous dungeons. And I just kind of randomly figured out that, hey, if you have that thing where you're in critical HP and deal max damage every attack, and you can mash the attack button to deal a lot of attacks with the rapid fire thingy, you can actually knock them out. They're so slow and have no range, but if they get to you, casual, max damage. Yep. That said, if you have range, just keep taking 2 steps back and you should never get hit. Well, that's the idea, isn't it? What if you don't have range? Get poked. Alrighty. Welcome to World 3. Not quite yet free. But also, let's check the Elm Gigas here. Hopefully Elm Gigas here? There is an Elm Gigas right there. Okay. Sleepy. Why do they have Sleepy's have evasion? By the way, the storytelling here is that the sleepy enemies, they put the Elm Gigas to sleep. So this Elm Gigas enemy here, they are always starting asleep at the beginning of combat, so you don't have to worry about them until you start physically attacking them. And here is the test. If I use my fight command on them, are they going to wake up? Actually, I'm curious what you have to steal from them. Couldn't steal. Alright, the sleepies. Healing stuff or a high potion. 3 men around here have power drinks and protect drinks. The hedgehogs has only a soft. The python around here has only an antidote as a common steal. The Elm Gigas has a hero drink as a rare steal and no common steal, so that's kind of not worth it. The shadows around here have a high potion as a rare steal, no common steal. The gargoyles, later a little bit, have a potion and a phoenix down. Let's see whether it's gonna wake him up. No? Oh, it did wake him up, okay. He was just a little bit slower than me. Okay, so a physical attack with the double lance does in fact wake up enemies. Okay. Really curious that it doesn't trigger the counter attack from bosses though. Elixir steal? No elixir here. Sorry. Isn't that one of the guys that gets sucked into Kefka's tower? Wait. I have no idea. Oh, for Final Fantasy 6, the Espers? I suppose it might be a similar sprite, I don't actually know. Either way, we finally unlock the true power of a thief. The chicken knife. So what's so special about the chicken knife? For starters, you can only get it once you arrive in World 3, you cannot get it before that. And secondly... let's put it this way. Every 2 times you run away in combat, the entire game, you increase the chicken knife's attack power by 1. So right now, as mentioned before, the double lance is kind of ridiculously powerful compared to any other weapon we had before. Let me put it this way, this thing has more than double the attack power, and that's not all. While the double lance attacks twice, which is nice, the chicken knife with just the same formula would just barely deal more damage. In fact, on average it will actually deal less damage than the double lance on low defense enemies. But this only counts on low defense enemies because double lance is reliant on enemies having, well, low defense. But the reason why chicken knife is so strong beyond that is, you know how we have only 31 strength but 44 agility? Well, that 44 agility is now counted with the chicken knife, the same as if I had 49 strength right now, in terms of attack power, because both strength and agility is counted with the chicken knife the same way. And what we can do is I can actually equip capture right here, and capture is unique in that it's not just a steal and attack at the same time, it also prevents the chicken knife from proccing its special effect, because you don't want that special effect normally. The chicken knife special effect is you attack and you run away. It's literally the same as a thief's ability to run away, so not usually desirable if you are trying to actually defeat the enemies. And let me just demonstrate how strong this chicken knife is. 4200 damage with 1 swing. That's the power of a chicken knife right here. Plus 5 agility on top of that, so that helps too. Also, by the way, there's Pete's potion as a common steal and antidote as a rare steal. The Barrette here has only a potion as a common steal, no rare steal. And Barrette, by the way, is also where, even if the double lance had a little bit more attack power, they have enough defense that the chicken knife just outpaces the double lance anyways. So yeah, that's kind of how ridiculously powerful the chicken knife is. And that's not gonna stop anytime soon, basically. Okay, gargoyles. They have a common steal of a potion and a rare steal of a phoenix stone. They also have 5000 HP, and if you kill one of them, the other one will revive the one that has fallen. So the idea is to just kill them, the second one, before the previous one could get revived. So what we are doing here is I'm going to wait until the bottom left gargoyle moves, then I'm going to knock out this gargoyle, and since I'm faster than the gargoyles, I will be able to knock them both out before they can act again and revive each other. Alrighty. Hey, you can see the chicken knife just increases our attack power by a tremendous amount. It's effectively the same damage increase we experienced from getting the double lance at the beginning of World 2 compared to what we had before. So just kind of another ridiculous increase in power. And as mentioned before, a lot of characters actually use a chicken knife because it's just such a crazy powerful weapon. But also a lot of characters don't have the means to prevent the flee, the 1 in 4 chance to just run away from happening. The thief, well, you see it here, we just capture instead of doing a regular attack, and, well, we kill the enemies. Okay, what do we have in here? We have Aspis, they have an antidote as a common steal, a high potion as a rare steal. And I'm just gonna list whatever we might encounter in here. Monster in a box. Right. I actually don't necessarily want to encounter these guys. Either way, cursed ones. Where are you guys? They have a pretty high physical attack power. It's a little bit scary. Where are you guys? Cursed one, cursed one, cursed one. I don't know, I don't have them listed here. Yeah, I don't know what they have. Cursed. There it is. They have no common steel and the rare steels that revivify. And we get the flame shield out of this chest, which is basically a chest I pick up habitually for money. And here we have a Zephyr Zone, which has a potion as a common steel, and also skips her first turn. She does have pretty high physical evasion, but once again, knives half enemy evasion. So that kind of helps us a bunch. Let's see, Zephyr Zone has an elixir as a rare seal actually, so that would be kinda neat. Then we have these machine head enemies. They are a bit spooky. They have reasonably high defense and a bunch of attacks that actually are pretty dangerous overall, including Surge Beam, which is 50% of our maximum health and damage plus HP leak. It's the same as the slow cannon can use. But thankfully we are so fast that we knock them out well before much bad can happen. So yeah. What else do we have? Also, machine heads have an ether for a common steel and a gauntlet for a rare steel. The gauntlet is just a reasonably old physical defense accessory for heavy armor, so nothing too terribly interesting actually. Uh-oh. Don't miss. Missile is 75% of our current health and damage, and because he can't just use a Surge Beam, oh, I'm a doofus. I have the bone melee equipped. It didn't matter. Yep, that's a thing. Was one random death. So I have to remember to remove my bone mill in that room. I didn't think this one through, did I? Oh well. Jagged derp. Yeah, I even remembered, oh yeah, they can be pretty dangerous. Where I forget that this exact combination can kill me. Oopsie. On the bright side, we're not losing anything really. So one of the things I'm wondering about, what is going to be my best place to grind? Because basically we don't have enough maximum HP yet in order to reasonably survive fighting the final boss. And I didn't actually think that far ahead to figure out where to go for this. Because we have really good physical attack power and also really good speed overall as a thief. I'm gonna skip this business stuff. But I'm kind of wondering... Well, let's see. Pyra Layer. They have a Power Rink as a common steel, no rare steel. And here the Blood Lamia. They have a Maiden's Kiss as a common steel and a Thornet as a rare steel. A Thornet is actually a pretty interesting heavy equipment headgear. Alright, don't forget to equip the strength armor here. The reason why it's pretty interesting is because it gives your character permanent HP leak status, which is obviously a bad thing. And yeah, since I don't knock him out in one turn, I have to heal here. Where was I? Oh wow, 2 attacks are sufficient with the strength armor? I didn't realize there was a range. By the way, weird thing, chicken knife always deals pretty much the same damage against most enemies. There's little to no variance. Actually, there might be no variance at all. Either way, I'm not sure where to level. I think the best places to level would be individual, strong, but giving a lot of experience type enemies. Okay, now that we actually two-shot them rather than three-shot, this is much better. But it's just behind the sarcophagus contains another thornlet, so you don't actually have to steal one from the Land Lamia in order to get them. So, they have really high physical defense for a headgear, but also, as mentioned before, permanent HP leak status, which is really bad. Really bad. Don't want that. But it also reduces your intelligence by 3? Or is it 5? I think it's 5. And the reason why that's a good thing, specifically in the Super Nintendo version, is because you can underflow your magic power stat if your character job class has 0 magic power. Like, for example, a Berserker. And if you then somehow can cast a spell that relies on magic power, you're effectively having a character that has 255 magic power, which, for a frame of reference, the highest magic power you can otherwise get is like 60. Yeah, it's more than 4 times as much magic power in comparison. Alrighty, so here, what I want to do is I'm actually going to equip the Angel Ring for this encounter here. So these are 3 mummies, and if there's only 1 mummy alive in the end, it will have a chance to use Dance Macabre, which turns your character into a zombie. It's going to target a random character of my cast here, but of course it's not a good thing either way. Plus, I would like to point out, I have almost 50 agility. These things are still fast. These mummies have so much speed. Oh well. Either way, mummies, what do you have for steel? Mummy has a potion as a common steel and a high potion as a rare steel. Yeah, this is basically briefly using the Angel Ring to make sure I don't get zombied. Because if the mummy is alone, they just can straight up kill you. If you run away more, will your damage increase? No, at this point my chicken knife has maxed out damage with the 127 attack power is the maximum for a chicken knife. Once again, the reason why it still usually does more damage than the other unique weapon you can get there, which is the Brave Blade, which is the exact opposite. The more you run away, the less attack power it has. The reason why the chicken knife is usually still better than the Brave Blade, even though Brave Blade has 150 attack power, is because the Brave Blade only scales with strength. It doesn't account for agility, whereas the chicken knife accounts for both strength and agility. So you actually get higher attack multipliers, even though it has less base attack, which usually results in more damage overall. Comparison. Wow, a one-shot on those? Holy cow. This might actually be a pretty solid place to grind as a thief right here. Because the enemies here give pretty good experience, and they're not too terribly threatening for the most part. Picking up most of these chests here just because I would like to have some more money to buy more elixirs. To be fair, I really don't think I need any more elixirs. It's just habit at this point, but also I need to get more experience. I'm pretty sure we do not have enough stuff, everything, in order to defeat enemies. Oh well, this is fine. Get an elixir here. Get money here. The chest down there is a cabin. I don't care about getting a cabin, so I'm just gonna skip out on it. You stole a maiden's kiss. That's kind of an interesting things to steal, I dare to say. And hey Tyrion, welcome! I hope you're doing well. Grinding looks over for now? Yep, for now. I haven't quite figured out where I want to go for the grind. One of the more common places to grind is actually in the underground trench. But for that we would need to complete both the barrier tower as well as the island shrine. Island shrine isn't that bad, but the barrier tower is pretty awkward to complete because we would need to run Omniscient out of magic, I think. Goodness dear. 2 misses. Well, that's less than ideal. Come forth, evil one! For these enemies, the Zephyr Zone here summons are actually different versions compared to their original counterparts. I'm actually kind of curious what kind of encounters are in here. I don't usually get any encounters in this room because you literally just run to the center and you're done with the pyramid. That's a very interesting one. Apparently the Niles don't have anything to steal. Just mage mash him. Mash that mage. Technically possible, just not terribly reliable. A lure? Oh, that's not good. I'm gonna try and run away, because... Okay, so the chicken knife just procced. Because Ferris lost her... Wait, no, she would lose her ATB anyways. Never mind. Either way, that could have been really bad, and we're getting out of here. Am I planning on doing Fork Tower? Not really. Are streamers now considering making more revenue considering the amount of ad spam? Well, technically, probably. But I'm not running any ads. It shouldn't run any ads unless I tell it to. Other than that, then Twitch changed stuff up again. No, I mean, you do still get the amount of money you get from the ads as a streamer if you're partnered accordingly. It's just the ad revenue is very low, so it's mostly not worth it unless you have a really, really, really large audience. Yeah, exactly, Dryzalizer. I was just thinking that with a reliable chicken knife hit on a thief and her mishandles, we might find better places instead. Yeah, what Bricodactylus says. If you get ads on this stream, while you're not just initially tuning in, that's not me, unfortunately. Because I would want to time them where I'm not just talking the entire time during these. Twitch is pushing ads on your player like once every 5 to 10 minutes, so if you selected no ads, they are still doing it. On my stream? Let's see. That's not okay. Let's see. Let me actually... Okay, quick break everybody, I'm gonna check stuff. I have the ability to disable pre-roll ads. Is that damage from chicken knife? Yes, it is. Yeah, the thing is, when you're a subscriber here, you don't get ads. That is an option I do have here in my options. I can disable ads for subscribers, but The only other thing I have control over here is I can, if I manually run ads, it's going to disable the pre-roll ads people get. What this means is the pre-roll ads are when you initially join the stream. So if I manually run ads, then that means you're not gonna get any pre-roll ads, but regular ads I guess are just going to still run. Alrighty, yeah, I don't think ads are actually okay just randomly on my stream, because that really interrupts the flow, especially if I have no influence over that. Give me a second, everybody. Be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Next Steph, thank you so much for the gift sub to Quadlight. It's really kind of you. Alrighty, I mean, the only thing I can do is just send an email to Twitch partner thingies, so, which is what I just did. There's probably nothing else I can do about that, so I apologize. This is actually seriously detrimental to my stream, so I hope they will listen to some of us. Because I really do not want to exclude anybody who just does not have the means or just does not want to subscribe for any reason, really. I don't think that's okay. Like, if it's something at least where I can know that, hey, if I run ads every hour or so manually, then I can at least plan for a break. But yeah. Alrighty, everybody. If you have a way to, let's say, block ads in some capacity, I currently encourage you to do so. Because, as mentioned before, the ad revenue I get is tiny anyways. And I don't know whether I'm even... oh well, whatever. That's just kind of my stance on it. This is not a good interruption for my stream. Alrighty, everybody. Pretend I watched a couple of ads. You don't have to do that, but thank you, Etir. I really appreciate that. Alrighty, let's continue, everybody, here. Hopefully with no interruption. Maybe I should have run ads in order for us to check whether the ads are not getting played afterwards. You can't block ads on Twitch right now. I think there are some methods, let's put it that way. Exclamation mark ad should show me a voluntary ad. That would be neat, actually. Alrighty. For now, I would suggest let's continue. Welcome back to the next boss here. This is going to be Merujin. And do I still have the bone mail equipped? I hope not. Because otherwise I won't be able to heal. Okay, the way Merujin works is she is weak to one of four things. Ice, fire, lightning, or physical. Physical means she literally has zero physical defense. She actually normally has really high physical defense, but only quote-unquote 20,000 HP. And the only thing really she does is she just attacks you with spells, sometimes physical attacks, and then she also changes forms. Whenever she changes the barrier, also by the way, Xdef is a crab, he's going to move sideways here. Alrighty, whenever Merujin changes barrier, you don't know what she changes to. You technically can determine what she might be weak to based on what abilities and spells she uses during her turns, but it's easier to just test it instead. Alrighty. The chicken knife will deal a lot of damage, but because she has really high physical defense, it's not going to be as much as you saw before. But still, hopefully, about 2,000 at least. Let's see. Chicken knife, let's go. Oh, she's about as fast as we are, actually slightly faster. Ooh, let's we stole her leather clothes. Oof. It does hit like a truck, to be fair, and also has evasion. Nice 3, that need change? Alright, barrier change. Let's hope she is weak to physical. By the way, she's also susceptible. She's not. She's also susceptible to getting put to sleep. Also, her barrier always starts with being weak to fire initially. Let's see, do I have the bone mail? I don't have the bone mail, good. That would have been a problem otherwise. We just skipped her turn. And we stole the leather helmet. You can actually determine what kind of form she is in currently based on what you steal from her, because you can literally steal an entire leather set from her. She has leather shoes, leather armor, leather helmet, and... actually don't remember the last one. Each form has a different steal. Oh wow. Now we actually are dealing a ton of damage. Now we hope she does not change barrier. She has a 1 in 3 chance to change barrier every turn. Until the third turn, where it's a 2 in 3 chance to change barrier. And the individual forms actually retain their current spot in the AI script, which is interesting. Leather snakes? Probably. Putting on a leather helmet would result in her having infinitely more clothing than she presently does. Well... probably. Alrighty, either way, conveniently enough, Lena joins us while already being asleep. That's excellent in my book. Alrighty, we're gonna equip an elf, bone mail, and let's go. Welcome to almost World 3 proper, just one more cutscene for that. So, either way, I'm trying to think of what would be a good place to grind with a thief. My current thought is maybe in the void with the ninjas and the Archeo-Evis. The problem is, if I get into an encounter that I don't want to fight, running away without having the steel attack ability is gonna be tricky. Leather helm, clothes, shoes, shield. Ah, the shield apparently. I forgot about the shield, that's right. By the way, if anybody would like to continue their talk about how to, well, deal with the ads, feel free to do so in Discord. I can make a channel for that if you'd like to. Hey Like, hello, how are you doing today? Well, that's good. Is that a rabbi trying to eat a carrot? Or is that a rabbi shooting carrots at you? That's kinda spooky. Grimer. Oh, wave. Hey, also welcome to you, James Peter. I saw you earlier, I guess I didn't say that, but welcome. Hope you're doing well. Hello. The waving is the most convenient during cutscenes, because then I don't have to use 2 hands to move, do stuff. Currently being paid to sit here and watch you, so it's good. I see, fair enough. I hope you enjoy your time. Who is driving this thing? Well, currently Butts. He is just looping around the world about 11 or 12 times? I don't know, I haven't done the calculation. On how many times that would be based on how much longer the shaking goes on. Oh yeah, I'm gonna stop waving, but thank you. But why are you in the front? You're in the back. No way. Alrighty, welcome to Mirage Village, where we get some of the most overpowered equipment. Alrighty. First of all, we're gonna grab a Dark Hood, which is much better defense than what we currently have. Only +1 agility and +1 strength, though overall actually less stats than the strength helmet, but a lot more defense, which is kind of a lot more important. Similarly, the Dark Armor here, kind of the same deal, +1 strength, +1 agility, which means technically less stats, but overall much more defense. Similarly, running shoes. Running shoes are pretty amazing because they give you permanent haste status, and as I have mentioned many times before, haste is the most powerful and broken status effect in the entire game. On top of that, the haste boots also give you immunity to being paralyzed, stopped, being put to sleep, and slowed. So 4 of the most devastating status effects that you could be afflicted by are also just going to be completely nullified. So yeah, quite a significant upgrade. And this is actually going to be our final set of equipment already. There's not going to be really anything else we want to equip. Actually, that's not entirely true. We could, in theory, equip the Mirage Vest, which I'm certainly going to use against Necrophobia. I'm not sure I will want to use it against NeoXDev. As mentioned before, I will try to not use it against NeoXDev next time, just because it does kind of cheapen the thing a little bit. Also, we don't even need to worry about getting the Thief's Knife, because hey, we have a thief for once. Alrighty, either way, my next order of operation is going to grab some legendary weapons, as well as getting the side quest for the Mirage Vest complete. So over here, what we need to do is we need to grab our yellow Chocobo friend. And we need to do 3 things with the yellow Chocobo. Well, 2.5. Technically, we could go into the palace dungeon thing over here. Do I have flee? Technically, we could go in here without the Chocobo. We could just land here with the airship. But practically, it is just more efficient to do this while we are running past with the yellow body anyways. Alrighty, here we got the tablet out of pyramid. That means we can get 3 of the legendary weapons. As a thief, we can only equip 1 of them anyways. That is the Assassin Dagger. Assassin Dagger has a 1 in 4 chance to proc a doom on an enemy whenever you're attacking with it. The other weapons are kind of neat, but since we can't equip any of them, it's kind of pointless. But I have to pick 2 more, so I'm just gonna pick a random one. Or, well, the closest one, I guess. They are weapons, they are legendary, and there are 12 of them. Yep, that's kind of a thing. Well, oh yes. Yep. Alrighty. And now we're just running outside. When did I do that? No, I was talking the entire time. That's annoying. Either way, we just picked up the magic lamp, which is going to go from the strongest summon whenever we use it in combat, starting Bahamut, then Leviathan, then Odin, then Sildra, and so on. Somehow ignoring Phoenix along the way. It's apparently not a summon enough in order to use it via the magic lamp, which is convenient, I guess, for a solo challenge. Either way, the third summon of the magic lamp is why this is such an important item, because it's going to kill anything that is not flagged as heavy. Oh, I remember why. Okay, sorry about that. But yeah, anything that is not flagged as heavy is going to get instantly killed by Odin from the magic lamp. And there's one of the 4 parts in the final fight that is, well, not heavy, which means we can effectively instantly deal 60,000 damage and guaranteed kill that part. It's the magic casting part, which is arguably the most dangerous one of the bunch, so we don't have to worry about it, which is very nice. But yeah, that's the magic lamp. We need the yellow Chocobo body in order to be able to get that. And you might be wondering, hey, why are you running all the way around the world? Did you get lost? Well, I did get lost, but not in the way that you might think. I'm literally intentionally running around the world on a yellow Chocobo in order to complete a miniature side quest where you're supposed to, well, do a world tour on a yellow Chocobo. And one of the guys in the Mirage Village is actually going to give me a Mirage Vest for that. The Mirage Vest is a very unique piece of armor. It doesn't give any stats, but what it does give is it gives you 1 stack of image at the beginning of battle, and whenever you rearrange your items in your inventory, which means you can refresh that image stack. Image means that the next physical attack against you is going to miss, guaranteed. So it is actually kind of really powerful overall. Worth noting, that guy is gone if you ever enter the void. This guy here is no longer here after you enter the void, so you want to do this before entering the void. Because I've had it before where it's like, oh, where is he? Where at some point I accidentally flew into the void and returned again. So yeah, there's that. What else is there? I think that's largely it. What we can do here is we can buy elixirs. We can buy 3 more. Highly unlikely we need all of those. We could even sell more stuff. You know what, I'm just gonna sell stuff because it's cluttering up my inventory. Stuff that we will pretty much never need anymore at this point. Raining armor. I'm gonna keep the Genji equipment just for fun. I'm gonna keep the ice shield just in case I decide that it is still worthwhile to defeat Omniscient. Or well, Minotaur I suppose. Power stuff. Really don't need these. Diamond plate, probably don't need it. Excalibur is worth 5 gil. A legendary weapon of kings. I'm gonna give 5 gold for that. On the other hand, a bell that smells of earth is worth 4,500 gold. And the fig Excalibur is worth 1 gold. Alrighty. Oops. Few more elixir for this. Stocking up on high potions. Let's go. Flashback to this year. Bought a Fiesta opener where Yaga went to the void without the vest and then casually first try steals a new one. Yeah, I didn't go to the void. I accidentally entered the void. That's true, actually. I did this during one of the opening races. And then I didn't have a Mirage vest anymore. Or so I thought until I entered the island shrine where one of the enemies has a rare steal of a Mirage vest. And I figured, oh, I'm just gonna try it. And I got it first try. Alrighty, and that's kind of all we need to do here. Now, let me think about this. What is the best place to grind for a thief? We have really good single target damage, so I'm kind of thinking the Avis dragons in the void. But the ninjas are pretty awkward because they have really high evasion. My first is just going to sell them. People must have freaked out seeing that happen. Maybe. But the desert here is actually kind of a decent place to grind overall. Just trying to think whether there's other places too. The overworld has actually significantly changed in terms of encounters. And I have to admit, World 3 overworld, I don't really know the encounters for the most part. I only really know the void. The void desert is not good because of the land crawler, they just have way too much HP. Void ruins, too many enemies most of the time. Void forest is not that great either. You know, maybe the island shrine might be the best place to go. But just straight up grinding. That might be my best bet. Alrighty, running shoes, chicken knife. Here we're gonna equip the capture ability. Let's see what we encounter here. The first room. Oh. Right, I need to get rid of these guys first. Imagine if the overworld theme was sung by geese. That's a weird thing to think. Also, by the way, haste boots means that we go about 2 and some change times for each one of the gargoyles getting a turn. It's kind of ridiculous how haste improves your speed by an insane amount. It is, but it came to my head just now. Okay. Let's see. I think execrators have level 5 Doom. So maybe I need to be worried about that. I do. Alright. As long as I don't have a level multiple of 5, we are fine. Alternatively, I could just equip the bone mail and we would be fine too. Now the other question is, what level do I want to have? Or more specifically, how much HP do I want to have? I will need to be in the front line against Neo-X-Dev's vacuum waves. So how much damage is that going to be? Let me actually get a frame of reference, because who was in the front lines against Neo-X-Dev? Trying to think. Sola managed to win his at 68, looks like that, but yeah, the thing is, the way Sola plays is a bit of a different style than I have. Sola likes to kill enemies along the way, which I guess is pretty interesting, because you're going to fight a lot of enemies that you don't normally deal with a character that is just solo, so that's nice. Which also means Sola actually gained a few extra levels at the end. Sola also defeated Atmos with outdoing the solo challenge thing. So he defeated Atmos with a true solo character challenge so this week, which is something I skipped, otherwise I would have had to level up a bunch more. So I think he was already level 64, facing up against Neo XDeath, against XDeath at the end of World 2. At least around there. Just trying to see what would be a good goal level to go for. I actually don't have a chicken knife calculation here. Then again, dagger would technically work. Each dagger iteration is gonna be an additional multiplier. Level 49. Wait, I'm already past that. 57. 61 might be a good goal to go for. '61 looks like a good goal level. And if it doesn't work, we'll figure it out soon enough, I suppose. By the way, these Vazorer here, or Avazoral, whatever they're supposed to be named, those are the ones that have the rare steel of a Mirage Vest. He says he died 49 times to Whitehole in the first half, which sounds like amazingly bad luck. Actually, I dare to say that's the expected number if you don't use the bone mail immunities, which I do plan on using bone mail immunity, just because I've done that with a Geomancer. I don't need to do this again. Basically going to use a glitch, but I'm not really playing this glitchless here, am I? Although I could also choose Compound on top of it, use the Mirage Vest as well, but I just think it's more interesting to try and do it without the Mirage Vest. But yeah, Whitehole is a huge menace, and the main reasoning as to why I'm going to use the status immunities from the Bone Mail is quite simple, because Bone Mail immunity allows me to just not have to worry about Whitehole, which all Whitehole would do, in phase 1 anyways, would just be, well, you die, and that's it. Technically there is a little bit of strategy involved around trying to increase the odds or decrease the odds of getting Whitehole, but practically it is just such a huge random factor where you have almost no agency over that I think it's just really boring, honestly. I do respect doing it without, to be fair. But to me it's just mostly inconsequential. Whitehole's basically the same thing as Condemned in the XDeath fight in this castle. If it shows up, great, you lose. Pretty much. To be fair, some characters cannot actually get immunity from Whitehole. That's not true as long as you have an Angel Ring, but I mostly forgot about that. So here's the thing, if you have some form of counterplay against Whitehole in some capacity, like equipping the appropriate shield. Also, this is awkward, the Toad Avis has so much HP and gives an Avis killer as a weapon. It has so much HP that it's on so little actual experience gain. Not worth killing this thing. I did not realize Toad Avis was an encounter in here. I'm just going to try and run away. Either way, where was I? There's a bunch of characters that do have counterplay to the Whitehole, like if you have the ability to equip a ribbon, you are not affected by it. If you have the ability to equip an Aegis shield, you're not affected by it. And if you are a mage type character that can equip rods, you can actually go for the Wonder Rod and get Shell if you cannot naturally cast Shell already. Which that allows you to actually have a meaningful counterplay where your odds of surviving Whitehole are massively higher than, well, without those things. So those I think are interesting because it actually makes it more intriguing to try and circumvent the Whitehole. But if you don't have the ability to get shell in order to halve the chance of white hole hitting, then it's just like, well, use a white hole, 90% of the time, you just straight up die. Too bad. And it's effectively 1 in 3 chance for XDEF to cast white hole in the first phase. And that's it. Just a 1 in 3 chance. Alright, let's see. Level 61, I will have 3843 HP. There's an argument to go actually to level 63 or 64 in order to have just a little bit more maximum HP, in order to have a better shot at surviving Necrophobia's barriers, but I think we just do the usual and try to kill a barrier before he gets the opportunity to nuke us that much. Also, I think this is overall pretty solid place to grind. 1300 experience per execrator. The only thing we don't want to see is the Avis killer here. You're pretty sure at least one class beat Necrophobe without Greg. I think so too. I have to admit I don't remember which one it was though. I do remember there being at least 1 or 2 classes that had more trouble with Gilgamesh before XDEF than XDEF himself. Just because he is such a big nuisance. You bet Bart could do it. Bart actually has a bit of trouble there. I don't think Hurricane costs any MP. I don't remember how Bart did it, actually. That's a lot of experience for basically no effort right there. Fun fact, level 2 ult hits you if your level is divisible by 2, even if you're immune to ult as otherwise. Terrace gained the level. Next level 58. Level X Math is a strong spell in this game. Not all of them. Level 4 Gravity, or well, level 4 Quarter as it is called in this version, does actually not ignore enemy whether they are heavy or not. Gravity still does not work on bosses that can't be afflicted by percentile status effect, or well, percentile damage, which is a shame, because it would be perfect to use against Gilgamesh in the beginning of World 1, World 2, excuse me. Level 3 Flare Reflex, it does. Well, to be fair, level 2 Old Reflex as well. Level 5 Doom? Probably? I actually don't know. And yes, level 5 Tomb will kill a boss that has a level divisible by 5, even if they are otherwise immune to instant death. Goodbye. I would like to point out that these Toad Avis enemies are also really ridiculously fast. Still rare encounter in here. Blue Mage with level 5 Tomb and Dark Shock insta-killing half the game. And if you add level 2 Old on top of it, it's like 3/4. Well, if you have good timing, that is. Indeed. Okay, I'm gonna run outside briefly just to save once in a while. We gained 1 level so far, just 3 more. They're starting to wonder whether maybe a little bit further into the dungeon might be better encounters. Then again, these are really good. That's just 1 attack, 1 kill, 1000 real net experience for free basically. Also, rare drop diamond ring. Safety saves are important, indeed. Welcome to Pana channel. You're learning a lot about Final Fantasy V. Well then, I hope you enjoyed that. And welcome. I hope you're doing well. Fun fact, while enemies lose levels when being ulted, your characters actually do not lose levels. Your characters actually only lose stats, which means strength, magic power, agility, and vitality are getting reduced to 1 over the course of the whole status effect. Enemies, on the other hand, they get their stats also reduced, but most of them actually use attacks that are completely independent of their stats and level, because they have predetermined calculation of how much damage they're supposed to deal, which is a bit unfortunate. I do think that is different from version to version, though. Also, by the way, I have the Bone Mill equipped, which means level 5 Doom is actually going to heal it to full if it does hit me. Stolen ether from that guy. think that's the common steel? Wait. Do they have a common steel? I've kind of been slacking on their steels and stuff. Let's see. Execrators. Actually, that was a rare steel. They have no common steel, but a rare steel of an ether. Interesting. There's also shadow dancers in here. They have a power ring and a dancing dagger. By the way, the first item I mentioned is the common steel. The second one is the rare steel. The cursed one has no rare steel, and the revivify has no common steel, and the revivify has a rare steel. Sloanin in here have a common steel of a katana, ice shield rare steel. Pantera has a phoenix down common and elixir rare. Triton, why is Triton in this list here? That's a different boss. Oh well. That's fine. High potion, high potion. But yeah, Hermes sandals are just a ridiculous speed boost. And on top of that, a thief already has a lot of speed. So that really helps out. Also chicken knife plus 5 more agility on top of that too. One of the most convenient things upcoming in the dungeon is going to be that we really don't have to worry about random encounters. In a lot of cases, some solo characters have a lot of trouble getting just through the area because some enemies are just rather dangerous overall. Thief! Just run away because you can reliably do so. It's great. Especially when you forget bone meal. Yep, I might be speaking from experience there. It seems like there's no Avis encounters in here, which makes this a much better place to grind in. Later on has more enemy encounters, and more different ones, but I do think, considering that I just can kill most of the encounters before they can even act at all, is kind of too good to pass up, honestly. So I think we might be level 59 now, just 2 more levels. And then we go for the final set. Welcome to you, Valchian. Feel free to correct me on how to pronounce your name if you'd like to. Am I grinding for anything particular here? Not really, no actually. I'm just grinding for experience. Well, I suppose experience is something particular. But that's probably not exactly what he meant. Either way, I'm looking for gaining experience here, that's the short version. I want to get to level 61, which is where I get additional attack multipliers, which means I will deal more damage, as well as have a bit more maximum HP to hopefully survive the final set of bosses. I'm just kind of trying to think which character may have been in the front row to deal physical damage. I guess the ninja might be the closest comparison in terms of how much... Actually, the ninja had image, so never mind. Dragoon sits in the back row. Geomancer was in the front row in the first phase, but not in the second one. Oh, well, I was wrong. There are totems here. Just also a rare encounter. I might want to get above 4000 maximum HP, honestly. That might be a reasonable way to go about things. Also, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to use Odin on Quintania. And then get to Golem for dealing with Necrophobe. That sounds like a reasonable way to go about things. Then I run outside and restock the lamp. Either way, I guess there hasn't been a light cloth character in the front row to deal with Neo XDev until now, has there? Beastmaster could sit in the back row too. Maybe a Mystic Knight, but that's still heavy-ish armor. Actually no, Mystic Knight would have the same equipment as this one. Let's see. Roll a Mystic Knight. Final part here. So I'm basically trying to figure out how much damage a Mystic Knight takes from vacuum waves of Neo XDev. Okay, Mystic Knight somehow sitting in the back row here. Hey, another diamond ring, a rare drop. Alrighty. Please stop blocking. Mystic Knight, don't need to see how much damage you're taking. A lot of blocks actually. Also, the Genji shield on top of that. Hey, another diamond ring rare drop. Don't really need them, to say the least. But nope, just a regular attack. You basically 1200 damage with a regular attack. And I do believe Vacuum Wave means it's double damage. If I'm not mistaken. So that is 2400 damage from a physical attack in the front row. We should be fast enough that we can heal in between each time. But without a Mirage Vest, that actually might be pretty rough. Oh. especially without a shield. So 2400. Actually, I will want to have over 4000 HP. Thinking about it, because Vacuum Wave plus Almagest in the front row is going to deal just about 4000 damage to me. I think this might be a bit of a longer grind. I hoped it would be. Yeah, 1100 in the back row, so that's 2300 damage. Technically we can sit in the back row after we knock out the Grand Cross part, so it might not be as big of a deal. It's going to be a longer fight. We might actually need the elixirs that I've accumulated until now. I'm still going to go at level 61. We'll see how well or, well, not so well it's going to go. I think getting 2 Neo XDF shouldn't be that big of a deal. So, well, we'll see, I suppose. Should be level 60 very soon. Another diamond ring. I think that's the third ether we managed to steal, so I guess rare steals might not be that rare. Also thinking about it, I'm just gonna go back here because it's the save and counter set anyways. Another diamond ring, alright. I mean, I guess considering how many of those enemies I do eliminate, kind of as a given that I get a bunch along the way. Hi, potion. Bye, potion. It's one of those things. Steal some vests. Well, I mean, I'm using the attack steal anyways. Might or might not get one. So far, actually, we have stolen some rare ethers, but no mirage vests, I don't think. Unless I wasn't paying attention, which is very possible. High potion, bait potion, fun potion. Only one of them is useful. I think the barbarians' find potion ability is probably the most useless, unless there might be some uses for them that I'm just not aware of. But apparently find gold is very useful. Hey, thank you for the full heal, I appreciate that. We're level 60 by the way, because we're getting hit by level 5 Doom. Also thinking about it, we're gonna be pretty close to 4000 HP at level 61, aren't we? Find potion makes corpse unrevivable for those types of mobs. Oh, well actually I suppose it does have a use then. Let's see... Yeah... Well, in order to have a proper amount over 4000 HP, I would need to be level 64. That might take a while. 3 potions, yep. We get basically infinite healing. The only downside is this guy here casting level 4 quarter, which is going to deal a lot of damage to us. It's always percentage based, so they're not going to kill us with that per se, but we will need to heal after the encounter if they happen to do that anyways. Otherwise we could run into like an Avis, which can be tricky to run away from. So there's Find Potion in Diablo 2 and Found Potion in Lufia 2 Ancient Cave. Wait, what is a Found Potion? Feed it to girls? What? I don't know that one either. When you find a thing in the chest in Lufia 2, it says found item. Oh, okay. There. Not particularly much healing, is it? There's a clip of BGG playing Ancient Cave. He finds a potion in a chest and says, found potion. He says, what the heck is a found potion? I would like to see that clip, that sounds amazing. Oh, there's level 4 quarter, the first time we get hit by it. And since an Abyss does about 500 damage per attack, I'm just gonna heal here. We have plenty of money to buy high potions anyways. We're just gonna heal to full. Time to hunt for that clip. That sounds amazing. That sounds like something I would do too, honestly. It's like, oh, it's a found potion. We keep stealing high potions from the best. Exactly. This is gonna give us probably more sustain through high potions than the others are gonna use. It's just an extra menu though. Mildly inconvenient. Alright, let me see. uh. Oh, this is great. Too bad chat is no longer available there. Wow, that's fantastic. I really believe you. I appreciate that too. Thank you, Blood and Reiko. You guys are great. He was clipped by Leffy, of course. Leffy makes some of the best clips, to say the least. I need to post this in the clips channel. That probably was in the clips channel at some point before. A found potion? Yep, he has been playing for 52 minutes in the ancient cave. And just found potion. Oh, this is great. This is what happens when you don't think about something and then suddenly start thinking about the things. Wow, getting unlucky here with this. You can even hear the facepalm, it's great. Yep. Thank you for the healing. Well, I guess I'm full health right now anyways. It's just not worth the risk of running into the Toad Abyss, and that Toad Abyss just knocking me out because I'm just hoping to get healed by level 5 Doom. Another ether. Ooh. I actually really like the sound effect of that. It's like ooh. What level are we targeting? 61. So that means we are almost there at this point. We are missing just 21,785 experience. It might not be quite enough, but we'll figure it out, I suppose. I might have to, or I might want to fight the second phase of Neox Death from the back row. Let me actually think about this. What are the deadly status effects that we can still be afflicted by? If we have Bone Mail plus Angel Ring immunity. So we are immune to Zombie through the Angel Ring. We are immune to Berserk through the Bone Mail, Confusion through the Bone Mail. instant death through the bone mail. And not immune to petrification, actually. Petrification can still kill us. Just kind of trying to figure out whether it might be more reasonable to let the Grand Cross part live instead of the physical part. Would be just a lot of dice rolls, but if I use an Ancient Ring on top of everything, I would get a lot of immunities. Ninja White Wizards to Red Wizard, and they're all level 40. Oh nice, I like that party actually. Which version are you playing, if that's not however? Alrighty. 2 more encounters might do the trick, maybe 3. Maybe 4. Nope, it's at most 2 at this point. We have 3 Execrators right here. Then again, I'm not accounting for having to run away from a Toad Avis, to be fair. Of course we're gonna heal after this. No reason to risk anything right now. Well, I mean, we're level 61 anyways at this point. Good. That's all I was aiming for. Don't let them get the tablet! And Stalker is just waiting at the tablet, expecting the heroes to arrive. But they never come. Why? Isn't that their entire idea? How to defeat the final bosses right now? Turns out no. I just wanted to beat up some bad guys in order to gain more power. So mean. Two more elixirs along the way. Oops. Alrighty. We could probably sell enough stuff in order to get 1 more elixir, but if I really need a lot more elixirs, I can just steal them from Crystal Dragons. Okay, I think we are ready to enter the void, so let's see how that's going to go for us. Instead of having the capture ability, I want to have the ability to just run away from encounters. And it really does not matter what else I have equipped, because guaranteeing no back attacks and running away from encounters by the escape ability means that there's literally nothing that can harm us along the way. Even if we were level 1 with no equipment, we would never die as long as I run away automatically. Welcome to the void. Let's see. Land crawls. What do you have for steel? I'm gonna actually just walk here a little bit just to see where you are. Here we go, land crawls. They actually have a ancient sword as a common steel and a defender sword as a rare steel. That's actually pretty intriguing. The defender sword is a knight-only weapon, but if you use it in combat as an item, it will cast armor. It's not going to break the sword either, by the way. So you will be able to cast armor on the character if you have a knight in your party. But that's actually pretty awesome. You also get a defender sword in the Twin Tower, so you don't have to do that here. It's a really nice weapon. And the ancient sword, well, if you can get the aging status effect on an enemy, that's also kinda nice. Then the Amona have a high potion common, potion for a rare, kinda backwards. The land crawl have... wait, no, the Anku Hegu have a potion as a common and a high potion as a rare. The enemies in here, the level checks, have a potion as a common steal, an ether as a rare steal, and an elixir as a rare drop. Then we have the grenades in here, high potion as a common steal, flame shield as a rare steal, that's interesting. The bardundles in here have a turtle shell as a common steal, I have no idea why. An angel ring as a rare steal, kind of neat. The doom dealers have a revivify and a mega set. This chest over there is a drain sword, kind of like we had earlier in the barrier tower already. It's not guarded here, but once again, can't use it, and unless you specifically build for the drain sword, it's not that great either way. What else? Upcoming, we are going to go into the forest, where there is white flames, who have common steel eye drops, rare steel elixirs, and the boss fungus, which are a common steel high potion, a rare steel air lancet, the same air lancet we already have. Then the farfaros, speed rings, and lilith rods. Lilith rods is a unique rod that gives you +5 magic power, but generally speaking, two things. One, there's literally a chest along the way here that has a lilith rod in it. I believe it's this one here, just to the right. And two, usually you want to get like a magic power up ability rather than more straight up magic power, so it's not really useful. You can attack with the Lilith Rod and it can do like a MP drain attack instead of a regular attack. It's kind of interesting, but beyond that, not that useful. Alrighty, what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna just use the good old strategy of Bone Mail Watering, because this means that this next boss here literally cannot harm us in any capacity. It might be a little bit slow, but yeah. So this next boss here is Galotisteri. She has like 17,000 HP. I don't actually even know what you can steal from her. We'll figure it out. Either way, when any of your characters in the party have a wall on themselves, she will always target herself via the wall on your party member in order to buff herself, which means she's literally never going to attack. So, while she will cast haste and all these kinds of shenanigans, she just doesn't have any way to deal with us. In fact, what she can do is she could counterattack with Drain whenever we deal damage to her. But because we have the Bone Mail equipped, that Drain effect is going to get reversed. Also Plume Tat apparently for a steal. Unfortunately I don't have... Oh yeah, I remember. This is kind of where I got tired and stopped making the list proper. I have no idea what else you can steal from her. By the way, she's classified as a beast, which means that the beast killer whip is going to always critically hit her. That's just interesting, I guess. It's looking like capture doesn't trigger her drain counter. Yeah, it definitely does look like it. Which, if I knew that, I might have actually just kept Hermes handles on instead. Final Fantasy V's boss design is great overall, but the color was a total miss. Is it really though? Overall, I think it's a pleasant introduction to the area. And she is at the end of a very long gauntlet of a lot of enemies and areas that you might need to find your way through in the first place, before you even get to the next save point. So I dare to say this is an easy boss on purpose, because you have to spend quite a while actually getting here, especially if you don't know where to go through. But yeah, she's not counter-attacking with Drain, which is interesting. Actually, in a way, she's the most interesting, because I always forget her. It's like fighting her the first time, every time. Sure. But yeah, this is a guaranteed victory. Just not terribly fast, to say the least. If you don't actually have wall on your character, she can use ult on you, and I have no way to counteract ult, so if she were to ult fairies, we would probably struggle to defeat her. So this, while not fast, is a guaranteed victory. Alrighty, I'm actually gonna equip Mirage Vest. Oh wait, I need to equip the escape ability first, so we can run away. Running shoes, dark armor, let's go. Alright, also, new set of enemies here. What can we steal from you guys? We have 4 cats down here, which have a dark matter common, as soft as a rare steel. The great dragons have a dragon fang and a power drink. The Achalone enemies in here have turtle shells and flame tongue. Flame tongue is a night sword fire-based weapon, not that strong anymore at this point in the game. There is an angel ring behind the waterfall upstairs. And this is a coral ring, absorbs water-based damage, but there's almost no water-based damage you can encounter, except for Twintania. Also, metamorphos are the rare encounter in here, so he's technically still can get light staves. It's just, well, rare. Also, this here is Omega. Omega is one of the 2 super bosses in this game. Completely optional, and we virtually have no way to deal with this guy at all. Even if we were level 99, the chance of defeating Omega is kind of minimal as a solo thief. There are some solo characters that can take on Omega and Shinryu, but Thief is not really one of them. Alrighty, next, we have a panda. It does not look like a panda, but trust me, it's a panda. I'm considering just keeping the bone mail equipped because a panda likes to counterattack with drain, but I feel like getting the dark armor instead is probably more reliable so we can actually heal ourselves. Alrighty, a panda has like 22,220 HP, I think? I might be mistaken. Let me actually get to the point where I am. Yep, actually, not quite correct. He has 22,200 HP. And also a speed of 51, which means this guy is actually slightly faster than we are. Well, if he didn't low roll. Wait, are you just not doing anything in your first turn? Oh yeah, he doesn't counter... Well, I suppose he does counterattack. He does hit pretty hard with his physical attacks, and armor means that, well, our physical damage is now halved. Drain. Yep, there's a lot of damage here in the drain. Oh, right, we currently have actually the bone mail bug going, which means... Confusion does not work on us because of the bone mail bug. Worth noting, I guess. Okay, where's my guardian baggage? Harry, stop rearranging the inventory without me telling you to, that's silly. I don't think I need the dancing dagger anymore. Oh! Oh, I didn't grab float. That's a bit of a mistake, I guess. Anyway, need to heal. Yeah, we are doing pretty solid damage with a chicken knife. It definitely helps a lot. He's weak to fire, but well... As a thief, the only element we technically have is wind with the wind dagger, and even that is not as good as just using the chicken knife, even on a high armor target. Threat would slow us, but we were immune to that thanks to the Hermes sandals. Fair Catastrophe 5. Is it really fair if it can just insta-kill me if he feels like it? Magic Hammer would halve your current MP, but I'm not using MP either way, so even if he hit that, wouldn't do anything really. And there he goes. You don't recall of any class for catastrophe floatless? There's actually a bunch, curious enough. A bunch of them did not have... I forgot to get float, basically. I'm actually strongly considering just running back and grabbing float real quick, because I feel like that's gonna be faster than not using float against catastrophe. Read the book, please, Yaga? Sure. You can do that. I mean, on the bright side, as a thief, we have a very, very easy way of getting back out of the dungeon by just running away from all encounters, which is by far the easiest of any of the solo characters. Because you don't even get back attacks that could be a concern. Well, that's not even true. The Time Mage can actually cast Exit to get up outside automatically. Could you move away? Oh my god, please. Alright, let's read the books here. A book written by a wizard. The Secret of Giga Flare. This magic leaves a moment of vulnerability during preparation. Telling you that Twin Tanya is literally vulnerable to every single status effect and yeah, literally everything while casting or charging up for Giga Flare. And a book from 1,000 years ago. They appeared from the sky. The one without a heart, Omega. The one who followed it, Shinryu. Not even the heroes who hold the 12 weapons are a match for them. It's best to let them rest quietly, in the cleft of dimensions. Never try to speak to them. Last time you played it was not yet translated. Oh, interesting, that's probably a while ago. I do like that you get warned about Omega after Omega will have absolutely dunked you. Yep. You decide not to get float. Well, I'm too lazy. I'm just hoping that the thief is fast enough that it's not a concern. Worst case scenario, if you lose like 20 times, it's relatively quick to run outside the dungeon with a thief. It's going to take us like, what? 7-8 minutes? But before that, our next big concern is going to be... Hey, a rare encounter. Our next big concern is going to be Apocalypse. The Apocalypse is a big meanie. And let me get Capture, so we get the chicken knives, full power, running shoes, dark vest, dark hood, and we go. Alrighty, Apocalypse. 28,000 HP, well, technically 100 less than that, but that's easy to say. This guy here is a big meanie. He's effectively a blue mage and uses all sorts of blue magic, which means he effectively can instantly kill me if he feels like it, and I get unlucky like that. So yeah, I just hope he doesn't do that. Guard off means half my physical and magical defense is reduced, which actually doesn't really matter. My magic evasion is still the same. Roulette would have killed me if I was vulnerable to instant death, or it didn't. Or it hit me anyways. Level 4 quarter, well, I'm not level divisible by 4, so that's helpful. Tiny Song. We get lucky to resist that, because it would reduce my attack power to 3, which means we would be significantly weaker than the chicken knife. Hey, this was one of the nicest Apocalypse we've had in a long time. At least that's my impression. I actually don't remember the last Apocalypse. Using Exploder on this guy is one of the best things in the game. Yep. If you use blue magic on Apocalypse, at least certain blue magics, he will learn them and he will use them against you. That does include Exploder. Exploder, killing your own character and dealing damage equivalent to your remaining health to the enemy. Which means it kills him. And as long as you have at least one other character alive, he will get instantly blown up. Alrighty, here we have Catastrophe. Approximately 20,000 HP, and the problem is that he has a 1 in 3 chance to kill me in the first turn, and he does about 1,000 damage with his Earthshaker every turn. So I need 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 successful attacks. It's actually not too terrible. 95. Let me actually update the death counter here. Okay. Oh. Hang on. I made a mistake here. My spreadsheet. Give me just a moment to correct that. Alrighty, 0 to Antlion, 0 Medicine, Stalker. Well, we didn't try Stalker. Trench Trio. Okay, 0 to Call of Hysteria, we didn't try Omega. 0 to Panda, 0 to Apocalypse. 1 to Catastrophe. There we go. Wait, I'm still missing a random death somewhere. There we go. Yes, 6 hits should suffice, so this is kind of reasonable. So the way this guy works is, if a character in each party is floating, that means he is going to hit that character with Gravity 100, removing the float status. But if that character also has a wall ring equipped, it's just going to bounce back to Gravity 100. Also, his Earthshaker deals that much damage to the entire party. 3... So it's a lot of damage. So next turn he can once again use Demon's Eye, 1 in 3 chance to effectively kill me. 5... Okay, and I should, as long as I don't miss twice in a row, defeat him right here. So yeah, this is the oh. Never mind. Oh well. Either way, if you have a captive floating with a wall ring, you will win this battle eventually. It's super easy. But because if you don't have too much health and are not as overleveled as we are with one character, he is a huge menace. You're killing things too fast. Maybe. Alrighty, next up is going to be Halikarnaza, who has 33,333 HP. So he's basically only half evil. And he will turn us into a frog at the beginning of the battle. That's just how it is. Oops, I forgot to switch back to the other equipment, but apparently we are fine. Alrighty, anything I want to change up? Sure, I could equip a wall ring against Halikarnaza too, in order to guarantee winning. It's gonna be a bit slower, but hey, it's gonna be safer. So Halikarnaza will always cast Holy as its 8th or 9th turn. Let me check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Every 8th action, Halikarnaza will cast Holy, and that Holy will deal enough damage to one-shot me, guaranteed. And it's going to deal basically max damage to itself when it gets reflected. But at the beginning of the battle, we're gonna get turned into a frog. Ha! We get a light staff steal. How convenient. And Halikarnaza uses a mix of physical attacks as well as magic attacks overall. Let me actually move or reorganize my inventory here. We really need a lot of them. Alright. So yeah, Halikarnaza does hit decently hard with physical attacks, but for the most part it's not a big concern. As long as we, well, are staying reasonably safe, I guess. And for once we're actually faster than Halikarnaza despite having a wall ring equipped. Attack number 2. Yeah, 500 is quite fine. 3. 4. Oh, what a meanie. Next, we hope that Halikanos is not going to use Shell here, because otherwise the hole is going to get halved. Okay. Halikanos will probably finish itself off. Right around here. I'm gonna wait. Holy! This is why I have the wall ring equipped. We probably would have enough speed and attack power in order to defeat Halikanos before Holy, with this amount of damage. But I decided to just kind of play it more or less safe. The dollar store Kefka. Something like that. Alrighty, and instead of going back to save, I'm going to go briefly do something else here. Equip the escape ability again to run away. Equip the bone mill for in case I stick around. So what I want to do is I want to get into an encounter and use up my summon for the magic lamp twice. I don't actually know whether these furies are going to counterattack magic. I have no idea. Well, time to figure it out. They might just kill me because I'm using the magic lamp here. No idea. I wish you would not rearrange the inventory every time, Ferris. Either way, let's see. Mega Flare! Okay, they didn't kill me. Good. I'm gonna run away before they get a turn. And big wave. Leviathan. That is one of the few ways of dealing actually water elemental damage, and it looks like the Furies are in fact weak to water. Alrighty. Now the next charge with the magic lamp is going to be Odin, which is going to guarantee an insta-kill on Twintania. So, Twintania has 50,000 HP, weak to Holy Element, and I don't even know what you can steal from this thing, a Phoenix Stone apparently. Also, it's counter-attacking physical moves that are not specifically magic with Tidal Wave. One in 3 times, or 2 in 3 times, one or the other. Either way. Twintania is a big meanie, it has a lot of counter-attack potential, a lot of health, and hits decently hard, let's put it this way. However, while it is charging up for Giga Flare, it is vulnerable to, as I mentioned before, literally everything. So what I can do here is I can just wait, and eventually Twintania is going to, well, change form. I think it's 3 wind slashes and then it's going to change form. As soon as my cursor jumps down back into the menu without me doing anything, we know that Twintania changes to the other form silently already, right there. Now I can just use the magic lamp and Twintania is gone. But before I do that, I actually want to check something real quick. Because Twintania is now technically considered a different monster, which also means that there's a different item to steal. I'm just curious whether that item is anything interesting. But with a rare steal from Twintania Form 1 is Flame Shield. And the Giant's Axe is actually the rare steal or the common steal right now, no rare steal. But instead, True Edge. Zing! Alrighty, and that's Twintania. Pretty easy to dispatch if you invest the magic lamp. The big downside of this is of course that now we will have to run back outside in order to recharge the magic lamp for Odin, in order to use Odin against the next big boss. Alrighty, aside from that, I think I'm gonna briefly take out Gilgamesh in this next area here before we go back to save, because Necrophobia is not going to be easy. Plus, I actually want to keep the magic lamp just a little while longer, because I want to use Golem or Necrophobe coming up. by King Behemoths. Now let's see, did I actually have a list for these guys here? I do. King Behemoths have a Phoenix Stone as a common steel, a Drain Sword as a rare steel. Necromancers have Revivify as a common steel, Bone Mail as a rare steel, so that's how you get a second Bone Mail, or a third or fourth one. War Chimera have a High Potion as a common steel, Aegis Shield as a rare steel. Another Aegis Shield sounds good to me. Mind Mages have Green Beret as common steel and Guardian Daggers as a rare steel. I love Guardian Daggers. The Things have an Ether as a common steel, Crystal Shield as a rare steel. Nothing too terribly intriguing. Movers have a Flame Scroll as a common steel and a Water Scroll as a rare steel. So that's something, I suppose. So I'm gonna equip the running shoes, the Mirage Vest right here. And I'm in the back row for dealing with this guy. So this is Gilgamesh in the Void. He gives up after dealing like 7,000 damage to him. He does hit actually pretty hard overall. And he also attacks twice in his second turn. What you can do is you can move anything around in your inventory while having the Mirage Vest equipped, and it actually is going to replenish your image charge. So that means his next physical attack is going to miss again. This was kind of to demonstrate. This is kind of not a particularly dangerous boss fight, but you can steal a Genji shield from him. The Genji shield is the highest physical evasion of any shields you can get, with 50%. Of course, as a thief, we can't really use it, I just wanted to demonstrate this. Ouch. Sonic? Sonic is just sleeping, don't worry. What else? There's also Crystal Dragons. Their common steel is an elixir and their rare steel is a Dragoon Spear. Basically the best spear you can get in the game, and also deals double damage to dragons. One of the parts of the final boss fight is considered a dragon, so your jumps with a Dragoon will deal max damage if you have that thing. Might be a bit tricky to get to. Also, last but not least, the Belfagors have a common steel of a full moon and the rare steel of a rising sun. Those are both boomerang weapons. Alright, escapability again, because the next boss is not as easy as the bunch we just fought right here. It's going to be, in fact, potentially really dangerous. But, well, on the bright side, the way there is going to be really easy as a thief. Because normally it's pretty tough to run away from most of the encounters in all these areas, really. Except if you're a thief, a ninja, a bard, or a time mage. It's actually down to 5 jobs left. Alpha, we haven't done Freelancer, but I wanted to get the mime out of the way before I do the Freelancer. The mime is effectively going to be an experiment, or, well, an exercise in how many rods do I need in order to defeat the boss. The next one, that is. Yeah, Mime has one thing going for it, and that it can spam elixirs infinitely without actually using elixirs after the first one. But I'm not sure where that's going to be useful. I suppose if you level up high enough in order to face off against Atmos, you can just use up an elixir on yourself and then just mime, hold down the A button and go AFK for a while. Hoping that Atmos doesn't kill you in the meantime with enough maximum HP. Until Atmos is out of magic. I might actually do that. That sounds really stupid. I like it. By the way, the chests I don't open all contain pinwheels, which are ridiculously powerful throwing items for a ninja, but I'm not a ninja. So, just picking up the elixir. Oh yeah, by the way, the chest over there contains Shinryu. That's the other super boss. Shinryu is a lot more defeatable with a lot of classes than Omega is. Oh, I should have tried to steal from this guy. Your common steal is an elixir. Also, by the way, just as a heads up, I'm probably not going to be fighting Neo XDev today. I'm going to try and keep my sleep schedule in check, which means I will try to stay awake for a little while longer, but I'm also feeling like I want to be awake for Neo XDev. But before that, we get to Necrophobe. Necrophobe is a boss that is a big bad meanie. Well, that's an understatement. I'm actually going to use the Mirage Best trick glitch thing on him, because he is such a mean guy that I really want to get rid of him before that. But before we even get to fight Necrophobe, we have to deal with the barriers. Each barrier has 8,800 HP, and the thing they do is they will... I'm in the back row, that's not good. Oh no, oh no. I made a huge mistake. Oh my goodness. I need 3 attacks in order to kill a barrier. If I don't kill the first barrier, I will have to heal in between the barriers. Should I wait until they attack, or should I wait for the heal? I'm such a doofus. Basically, what the barriers do is they cast Holy on Flare on themselves, which each deal about 1000 damage. I do not have over 4000 HP, so I have to heal in between. I'm gonna wait. Alright. I'm just gonna queue the elixir as soon as I get it. This should be sufficient. I think that was the correct decision. But here's the thing. There is a... let's see, coin flips. 1, 2, 3... There's a 1 in 8 chance that all of the barriers are going to go one after another without me being able to get an item in the middle of it. And they did. Wow, alright. Unfortunate. But hey. This is why you may want to have all 4000 HP. Another reason, I suppose. The alternative is to just kill the first barrier before they do that, and you only need 3000 XP. Increase the death counter by 1. And give Necrophobe 1 death. Okay. And as a reminder, please mind your language around here. I would appreciate that. I feel like my favorite type of villain from an RPG is actually the type that Daos is from Tales of Fantasia. Like, he is not inherently evil. It's just he is driven by desperation and feels like he has to act in order to save his own planet. Lavos isn't doing things out of malice, it's just a form of life that's not compatible with us. Yeah, that's kind of the tragic stuff there, to say the least. I meant you neon there, but as I said, don't worry about it. Just as a heads up. It's from Wacky Races? Oh, I did not know that. Fair enough. Wacky Races and Catch the Pigeon, what a name. I wonder how many games got inspired by Diddy Kong Racing and Mario Kart. Okay, capture. Let's try this again. This time I'm gonna move into the front row because I'm not gonna be a huge doofus. Probably. Maybe. I just realized I did the calculation wrong, actually. Hang on. I just realized the way I calculated stuff is I forgot, or the way I figured out, okay, level 61 is a good level. I did not update my numbers, actually. I'm not smart, guys. 51 agility. I am not smart. Where is it? We are level 61 right now. 61 is still a fine level, all things considered. Just a bit awkward. This is fine. Alrighty. Round 2. Right. Stole a high potion, huh. Alrighty, we managed to knock out one of the barriers before they knock us out. So it really was that I just needed to stand in the front row. And technically it was the correct decision to wait last time. It's just, well, good. So, the second turn they will cast Ice, Lightning or Fire 3 on themselves for 150% damage. When I say 150% damage, it is because if you multi-target a spell that can either be multi-target or single-target, that spell is always going to be reduced by 50% in power for all multi-targets. Even if there's like 200 targets for multi-target spells, you still deal 50% damage to all targets. And since they multi-target 3 of their own characters for 50% damage, that's effectively 150% damage right there. So that's kind of how that works. So, the barriers on the left side are in the back row, unfortunately, so it's going to take a little bit longer to knock them out. But thanks to having the appropriate amount of healing items, we should not be in much danger. Actually, let me ask you, everybody, what is a good story that does not have a villain? I'm curious. Hades. I have no idea about that, to be fair, but okay. So one of my plans is I will want to use Golem as the summon here from the magic lamp before I defeat the last barrier here. Gonna be basically a goal in this encounter. The reason why I want to do this is quite simple, because Necrophobia here is an enemy that will deal a lot of physical damage, and his gimmick is to use Hurricane, putting me into critical HP, and immediately follow this up with a physical attack before I can do anything in between. So that's kind of why I want to have the Mirage Vest, to reduce the chance of him hitting me in the first place, thanks to while gifting the image. And on top of that, I want to... well, have as much physical defense as possible, and that physical defense will come through the magic lamp here. Thunderstorm is the 4th summon. It deals wind-based damage to all enemies, pretty solid damage overall. Can also be increased by 50% through the use or equipping a wind or air lancet. Ruby Light is reflect spell for your entire party, but if an enemy casts reflect or casts a spell on their own reflecting, it's not gonna bounce back and forth. Then Demon's Eye, unfortunately it's not going to work, even though it is going to make the animation here. Petrifies a random enemy, if they are susceptible to petrification. Necrophobia is literally invulnerable during this entire thing here. And here we get Earth Wall. Earth Wall will absorb a lot of physical damage. It's like 500 times... wait, no. Let me actually see. Earth Wall. Golem. Oh, there it is. Damage Wall Golem, so it is 20 plus level times 50, so that means we have a wall of 20 plus 61 times 50. So we basically absorb 4050 damage with our Golem wall right here. So that is a lot of damage absorbed, and we will want to make good use of that. So, this is basically as much physical evasion as we can get, or absorb, etc. And we also want to be at maximum HP going into phase 2. And that is attack number 2 in theory. 3... I got a wall ring! That's a rare set on those things. 4. It might be 1 or 2 more attacks before we push it into phase 2. I'm just gonna wait and use an elixir afterwards. Alrighty. Also, Necrophobia has 34,404 HP, I think. Plus, normally 10,000 more than that if you did not defeat Gilgamesh. But we did defeat Gilgamesh, so that's gonna be that. Alrighty, so we're gonna wait until Necrophobia is going to have his little text box here. He's always going to cast Flash at the beginning, but we are immune to Blind thanks to having the Bone Mail effect from before this encounter. Alrighty, we also steal an elixir, so that's 1 attack. 2926 plus 3. Vacuum Wave. There goes half of our Golem shields. So, as I've said before, if I rearrange anything in my inventory, it's going to give me the barrier back. Oh, there's the rest of my Golem shield gone. Wow. He hits like a truck, to say the least. We're halfway through his HP. Yep. That's real spooky. And now I have to heal. I'm briefly going to wait to see what he does and then attack him afterwards. Okay, we're still fine. Okay. This should do the trick right here. And we win! Always spooky encountering this guy without anything. Necrophobia is, by the way, weak to literally every single element. So if you have a mage sitting in the back row just nuking him, it's a very quick fight. By the way, here's the last piece of the Genji equipment you can possibly steal. And it is the Genji armor. Gives you a bunch of nice immunities to status effects. But as usual, as a thief we unfortunately cannot equip it. Littlewood, not an RPG, can arguably be said to have no villain. I didn't even get the Genji armor. Well, we got all the other Genji equipment. I'm not gonna redo this fight just for that. Graveyard Keeper feels like an RPG that had no villain. Yeah. I don't know, I wouldn't classify Graveyard Keeper as an RPG, but at the same time, you do take over the role of the guy that gets thrown into that strange world. And it definitely does not have a villain, I agree. Alrighty, we have successfully managed to dispatch the last boss relevant before the final one. I'm gonna equip the escape ability here. Bone mail is fine, running shoes, safe, and I'm going to go ahead and recharge the magic lamp. And as mentioned before, I don't think I'm going to attempt to defeat Neo XDev today. I would like to be a bit more awake for that, because there's a lot of keeping track of, a lot of numbers. While it is going to be relatively straightforward as a thief, it might still be a little bit tricky. I think you might have one. Olé, Crusaders of Senti. Huh, I played through that game. I don't remember there being a big bad evil guy. Oh. Fantasy life, even though it's that. RPG might not need a villain, but it needs a final boss. Yeah, whatever that final boss entails, I suppose. I should be in the back row. Because that guy hits like a truck. So, common steal from these guys is an elixir, the rare steal is a Dragoon Spear. I don't want a Dragoon Spear, please. I would like to have an elixir from you, though. Please. There we go, thank you very much, and I'm out. I'm not even holding down L and R in order to run away, because it's usually just not worth trying. The season counters take so long to run away naturally, most of the time. A story-based game just needs a goal and an obstacle to overcome. So it's very possible there are JRPGs where the goal isn't to kill someone. Yep, that's about right. But at the same time, most games, generally speaking, are largely about, well, battle and war and combat. Because that is a large part of the draw of a lot a lot of games where you can feel like a superhero, or well, a supervillain in some games, I suppose. And that's just kind of the fantasy a lot of people like, and that's kind of, I guess, the most popular one. So it also kind of makes sense. Move to the side, please, Mr. Omega. Not that side. Oh my goodness. As long as you're not facing Omega, you don't get into an encounter with it, but that's kinda spooky. Alright, finally. That took a while. There's not really any reason to save when running outside, but I'm just doing it anyways because... I don't know, maybe I get a stupid idea and try to steal from something. I'm not sure. Preemptive strike. Oh, Stardew Valley patch notes. Hooray! Wait, update is out now? No big announcement? Just going there? Holy cow. One of my favorite things, by the way, is that if you hold down the run button with a thief while being on the sand, you actually do go faster, as if you were actually running down the sand stream. Even though your character really does not look like they're having fun. Well, maybe some do. Look at all these unopened chests. Some thief yaga turned out to be. Yep. Only take what I need. I think that's the good way of thief, isn't it? It's a treasure hunter, thank you very much. Maybe. Uncharted Waters. I've not heard of that one. Alrighty, there's a Chocobo buddy. Here we are. Going to restock the magic lamp. Going to buy a few more elixirs. Whatever we have at this point. You know what? I'm not gonna go for elixirs, I'm just gonna refill my high potions. I don't even need those, do I? I'm just buying them because I can. Ding. So, now I need to use the magic lamp twice, so it is prepared for Odin. And we run all the way back into the void. But I think I'm going to leave that for next time. What a happy Chocobo, indeed. Really nice music. Alrighty everybody, so this is it from me for today. I hope you enjoyed your stay, I hope you enjoyed being around. Thank you so much for watching, for listening and for lurking, and well, hopefully until next time, take care and have a good night.